The competition of the year is finally here. Forever Oceans is teaming up with the Culinary Institute of America, otherwise known as CIA, to hold the very first ever Kahala Klash. This competition will have chefs going head-to-head to see who can create the most interesting Kahala dish with this sustainably delicious fish. Months ago, we invited students from CIA to create an original restaurant-style fish recipe and submit a 60-second video explaining their concept. 8 finalists were then selected and worked with a CIA mentor on finalizing the recipe for judging. Today, finalists will have just 2 hours to cook and prepare their very own recipes for the judges. Each finalist will be given 3 minutes to present and tell the judges how they developed their original finished recipe. Dishes will be judged based on taste, presentation, creative use of Kahala, production/technical skill, personality, and overall engagement. The Kahala Klash Grand Prize winner will win a $5,000 CIA scholarship. The second place winner will receive a $3,000 scholarship. And third place will receive a $2,000 scholarship. The People's Choice winner, as determined by you the voters at home, will be awarded a $1,000 CIA scholarship. Hold on to your computers and prepare your appetites. It's time for the Kahala Klash to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are so glad you are here. Welcome to the one-of-a-kind event, the Forever Oceans Kahala Klash. I'm Chef Jay Zabrowski, but people call me Chef Jay-Z, and I'm your host for the show today. We are inside the historic Culinary Institute of America's campus in Hyde Park, New York. New York, I love New York. It's where I'm originally from. Thousands and thousands of chefs have earned their culinary degree right here, and many of them are famous chefs. And who knows, a graduate from this campus might have fed you a memorable feast thanks to what they learned right here. It's a fitting location for the Forever Oceans Kahala Klash, and a fitting name for a culinary competition around Forever Oceans Kahala. It is a delicious fish with high omega-3s that is ocean raised sustainably off the coast of Panama, Brazil, Indonesia, and Hawaii. It's a great new addition to your seafood menu wherever you may be, whether you're a chef in the industry or a chef at heart or you're cooking for your family. More about Forever Oceans and a fish called Kahala in our show later today. This is a big deal because it's rare to have a competition for CIA students open to all 3 CIA campuses. In all, there were 42 student entries, and Forever Oceans had to narrow down the list to 8 student finalists that you are about to meet. They will prepare their Kahala in front of big-time culinary celebrities like Chef Andrew Zimmerman, Chef Nick DiGiovanni, the godfather of sustainable seafood, Chef Rick Moonen, who is a graduate of the Hyde Park campus, Chef Brendan Walsh, the Dean of Culinary Arts at the CIA, Kathy Holly, publisher of Flavor and the Menu magazine, and a close friend of mine and colleague, Chef Mark Allison, executive chef of Forever Oceans. The action is already heating up as our student chefs are meeting inside for the first time. Before we get started, I wanted you to meet Forever Oceans CEO, Bill Bean. A few minutes ago, we asked Bill about helping to educate our next generation of chefs about the importance of serving sustainably delicious seafood.
Hi everyone, I'm Bill Bean, the CEO of Forever Oceans, and I would like to welcome you to the first ever Kahala Klash. I'd like to start by thanking the students and chefs who are here today. My personal wish goes out to all the students. May this be a great day for you and the start of a wonderful career. I would like to thank the Culinary Institute of America for the important work that they are doing to train world-class chefs and food professionals about sustainability and sustainable foods. You have a wonderful heritage, and I am glad that Forever Oceans is a part of it. We look forward to building on today and our partnership and working with you at future events, such as Worlds of Flavor. Today, I've met some of the chef students, and I am blown away by the caliber of the student competitors and by our celebrity judges. I would like to thank them all for their commitment to sustainably delicious seafood and the next generation of chef superstars. To our celebrity judges who are here, Chef Brendan Walsh, Dean of the Culinary Institute, Culinary Arts. Chef Andrew Zimmerman, 4 times James Beard Award winner and TV host. Chef Nick DiGiovanni, the Gordon Ramsay MasterChef TV finalist and a great social influencer. Chef Rick Moonen, the godfather of sustainable seafood and the host of the Forever Oceans Ocean Rays podcast. And to our friend, Chef Mark Allison, Forever Oceans executive chef and a great chef educator. Thank you all for being here today. Let's have a great event together. And back to you, Chef Jay-Z.
Thanks, Bill. With you. Hello, everybody. Chef Jay-Z back again, and we are going to have a fantastic time today at the Forever Oceans Kahala Klash. I wanted to take a sneak peek and sneak down to the judges' chamber. This is the judges' chamber. Welcome. And we're going to go introduce and meet each individual judge and get a little background on them before we go meet our contestants. So starting up, I'm going to go over to Chef Mark Allison, corporate chef for Forever Oceans. Chef Mark, what brings you here today?
The Forever Oceans Kahala Klash, the student competition. That's going to be absolutely amazing.
You know, we are here today, and we're represented by this amazing culinary superstars that we're all here with. Do you feel that the students should be nervous at all?
I would be.
You would?
If I was in that kitchen now, I would be nervous. But I'd try and calm the nerves down to think, you know, this is my day. I've got to turn out a beautiful dish to impress the judges and the networking opportunity they have today. You know,
Fantastic.
They could meet somebody that could give them a job in the future, or they're going to be seen on social media. So it's great to showcase the students today.
Fantastic. You know, I even said to them, I gave a little bit of pointers myself. I said, put your heart on the plate. I said, because each one of us here puts our heart in our jobs and on the plates. And I think the students have a great opportunity to do that. We're going to come back to you with some more questions later on. But I want to move over to this chef over here. And I'm honored. We have Chef Nick, and I'm going to say this, Di Giovanni.
You nailed it.
Nice.
You nailed it.
Pleasure having you here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
So, you know, you've been around the block a little bit with traveling. And
Sure.
now you're here at the CIA in Hyde Park, New York. What is your thoughts on the students, and what maybe could be some advice you'd want to give them for today's event?
I would just be, I like to pride myself as being young and hungry. I'd tell them to do the same. Just have fun with it.
Young and hungry. I love that. Young and hungry is very important, and I think they are. They're hungry to win. I've talked to all of them, and they're excited to meet all of you, just so you know, and they are they're having some fun. So
I can't wait. I also love seafood. I love fish, so this is going to be a treat.
nice. You're not going to throw any knives at us, are you?
No knives. no
Okay,
knives.
good. Just checking. All right, we're going to move over here. So this is the dean of the CIA. Would you like to introduce yourself? I'll give you that.
Hello, everybody. I am Brendan Walsh. I'm the Dean for the School of Culinary Arts and the School of Baking Pastry Arts at the Culinary Institute of America. And it's great to be here.
You're excited about your students, I believe, right? All your students are
Absolutely.
participating?
I am they showed up. They show up
showed up.
and they're making it happen. So, you know, you got to show up in life. And
Exactly.
They're doing
exactly.
it.
And they're doing a great job learning, and now they're going to show their skills in the kitchen for all of us.
Absolutely. So these are students that are going to make us proud because they are really into it. They're passionate. They want to be good. So this
Excellent.
is great to see it.
And I told them they're already 15 steps ahead of some of their peers because they are here today.
That's great.
And they are making that effort to
They showed
really, they showed up, and they're here to show what they could put on the plate. Excellent. I'm going to talk to you a little more in a little bit also. I'm going to save you for last, sir. That's okay. We're going to move over to one of my personal friends, Kathy, who is with Flavor in the Menu, and we met a while back, and I'm so glad to see you again. I was actually starstruck when I saw. Everybody else now, but Kathy's here. So Flavor in the Menu, we're going to go into some details later.
Yeah.
As far as students knowing about the world of the magazines and what's going on, what's some advice you can give them today as they
Well,
present?
I am thrilled to be here and also a little intimidated as the only non-chef on the panel, so I'm going to have to take some pointers here. But going with my gut, and I echo what everybody has said about putting your heart into what you do, and I imagine they're stressed back there. I imagine they're feeling the heat, but we are here just excited to kind of taste their creations, and I just this opportunity is a fantastic one for anyone participating.
Absolutely. Love on the plate.
Yes,
And I think
love
that's
on
what
the
makes
plate.
the articles
Yes.
even better.
Yes,
By all
exactly,
means.
exactly.
Well, pleasure having you here
Thank
as
you,
well.
Jay. Great to be
and
here
now,
with a friend.
Thank you.
Yes.
And now we're going to step over this way to not one, not two, not three, but 4 times James Beard Award winner, Chef Andrew Zimmerman. Welcome, Chef. Thank you.
Great to be here.
Thank you. You were in New Orleans last night, I believe?
I was.
Oh, just hop, skip, and a jump. Now you're in Hyde Park.
I am. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. As someone who's traveled the world, and have you had Kahala yet?
I have.
Nice. Forever Oceans Kahala, though, right?
I have.
Nice. Any tips you can give to the chefs after they see this, of course, 'cause, maybe when you go in there.
Yeah, I think people need to cook what comes from their heart, and it always winds up tasting delicious on the plate. I think there's a higher purpose being served here by this competition. I think everyone who touches a product like this automatically becomes an ambassador and a custodian at the same time for our oceans, for our planet, for a sustainable future for food, for a world where we don't have to worry about 35 to 37% of our global population not knowing where the rest of their meals are going to come from the next day. I think that the food is going to be delicious. I know the students are excited, nervous, going to crush it, going to do a fantastic job, but I think that there is a much, much bigger message here that I don't think we should lose sight of, which is that it is fish like this from companies like this that are going to help us fix our food system that's so badly broken.
Absolutely.
And to do it in a very delicious, incredibly delicious way. The fish is gorgeous. I hope the students let the fish speak for itself and sort of stay out of the way of the rest of it. But I know when I was young, I liked to put about 75 ingredients on a plate and pile it about this high.
Times have changed, Chef.
Times have changed. Times have changed. But yeah, it's a great product. I can't wait to see what the kids do with it.
Neither can I. And one of the buzzwords you said that I really want to focus on is sustainability. Sustainability is going to be a huge word that we're all ready for. And we're going to do more of that. Well, thank you everybody here. I really appreciate your time. And I'm looking forward to more that we're going to do. And I'll be talking to each one of you individually again as you talk to the students. So moving on, we're going to talk about how the show is going to happen and what's going to go on. And we're going to go through the timeline for you. Pitches and myself, I always love to see where you're going to get scored on. So just so you all know at home, they're looking for 25 points So I'm live right now, and this is awesome. I really love it. We're actually here with contestant number 1. I want you to write that down at home. Contestant number 1 is Helen. Helen, and your last name is pronounced Zhao. So Helen Zhao is contestant number 1. I'm gonna move over to here. And she's rocking and rolling. She's actually washing her produce, very important, as you know. Always wash your produce after you get it. That's huge. Helen, can I come in and talk to you for a minute? Can you give me a little bit about what you're gonna do today? What are you making for the judges?
Today I'm making a mochi tempura with the kahala, and I'm serving it with an apple tensuyu sauce, so it's kind of like an apple soy sauce. And then on the side there's gonna be a citrus kosho noodles made out of sweet potato noodles, kind of like japchae.
I love that. That is so awesome. So you got a lot of ingredients there. I see jalapenos, I see apples, I see grapefruit. So she's got some citrus, which is huge. This is gonna be an amazing dish, and I can't wait to see the final product. Just so you know, all the students have to produce 8 dishes. They have 1 for each judge. 1 is a show plate, which means that's the one that everybody gets to take pictures of, and 1 is a tasting plate for them so that they can make sure their flavors are on point, because that's really important. So then, moving on, we are going to, what am I doing now? Rock and roll. Yeah, sorry. I'm new at this. This is my first day. So we're gonna go to a little video and learn more about Helen.
My name is Helen Zhao, and I currently live in Alaska. My earliest memory of me wanting to work in food was when the movie Ratatouille came out. Back when I had seen it, I was a child. It was very inspirational. You know, the message, everyone can cook. The one female chef, she had explained she finally made it in the industry, and it was a lot of work, but you know, hard work pays off. And I think that was kind of really inspirational for me as a child. I take a lot of my inspiration from nature. I'm definitely, I guess I would describe myself as like a wild child. I like the outdoors, and I really appreciate seasonality. From an early age, I've always been economically conscious. I do a lot of foraging. I was able to do one of my first hunts this year. I got into fishing when I started living in Alaska, and it was one of the best experiences I've had in nature. Scary too. It was out in the ocean. We're fishing for salmon, and you can definitely feel the force of nature when that salmon hits your net and it just like yanks you into the water and you're fighting that salmon to shore. It's definitely a very life-changing experience. My recipe is a kahala mochi tempura with apple tensuyu and citrus kosho noodles. It reflects the Japanese, I guess, cuisine, but uses ingredients that we could source at this time of year. I wanted to reflect and utilize seasonal ingredients to the best of my abilities, and I feel that this dish, while simple, will be able to reflect better the flavors. Kahala is definitely a unique fish where it has its own texture, which is it's firm, it's fatty, the flavor is not overpowering, and it's just a very clean taste. I've shared the link, and I think I have a couple people that are very excited to follow my progress in culinary school. So I'm hoping that they'll have the time, whatever time zone they're in, to tune in and see the competition.
How's it going, everybody? Behind me, you can see Helen prepping away. She's contestant number 1. So Helen Zhao, remember, contestant number 1. You'll need to know that later for voting. And as they all get started, they have 10-minute intervals. So right now, Helen has started. So 10 minutes from now, contestant number 2 will start. I want to talk a little bit about our sponsor, Forever Oceans, and its mission to nourish the world through sustainability and the seafood used of technology, all right? Our sponsor was recently named one of the top 25 seafood innovators by Seafood Source, a leading publication for the seafood industry. They were chosen because of the delicious seafood they are now bringing to America and their innovative technology. This brand is an exceptional story, and I want to take a deeper dive right now, no pun intended, but we're going to dive. We're going to take a deeper dive into how they are saving the oceans and helping feed people and our planet.
Forever Ocean's technology suite allows us to move fish production further offshore into deeper water than has ever really been done before at a commercial scale. In terms of innovation, we've had to come up with systems that allow us to interact with all of our farm systems remotely.
It's a technology solution that provides nutrition in a seawater environment that's sustainable in perpetuity.
The beautiful thing about farmed fish is the level of control we have over the quality of the product, from egg to sashimi on your plate. So in the end, we can produce a super high quality sashimi grade product that has no detectable mercury or PCBs. It's really hard to look at other high quality seafoods the same way. I mean, we really sort of set an impossible standard.
Some amazing technology that is part of the solution for preserving our oceans while feeding the planet. In fact, Forever Oceans was recently named to the coveted top 25 list of seafood innovators by Seafood Source magazine. That's quite an honor. Also, Forever Oceans will be featured in an Giovanni. So I'm gonna walk over here and I see Nick in the kitchen. Let's go talk to Nick about this sustainability. Chef Nick, I'm gonna pull your ear for a minute while Helen's working. We're gonna stand right over here. So pleasure to meet you, by the way, Chef, by all means. So you're a pretty avid competitor here. I heard you were on a TV show with an amazing chef, Chef Gordon Ramsay. Master Chef, I believe that was, right? Unbelievable. So tell me, is he really like that in person?
Actually, the opposite.
Oh, the opposite.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
So.
Very cool. So in regards to this, obviously there's no Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen right now.
No, but
It's just
still,
us.
it's got the same intensity, right? You gotta move.
They've got to move, and they've got 2 hours to actually make a dish with Kahala.
Yep.
Helen went over her dish with us already. She's going to do a tempura,
Wow.
and it's going to be unbelievable. Lots of flavors. I looked at her tray over there.
Just by looking at the ingredients, I was quite excited, I have to say.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be so flavorful. So if you feel free to go back and start looking, I'm actually going to look for another chef, and I see him over there.
Poke around.
Poke around. I'm coming over to Chef Mark Allison, who looks like he's running away from me. Chef Mark, I have just a little couple of questions for you. As you can see, Chef Helen is working it over there, and she's talking with Chef Nick, and she's going through and doing her thing. It looks like she's grating some stuff. So as the executive chef for Forever Oceans and a former culinary educator and one of the organizations and one of the organizers of today's event, what impressed you with today's finalists after reviewing all 42 applicants?
Outstanding personalities. Every one of them have got a great personality. And that's not to say the other 42 that were in the mix didn't,
Right.
but their videos really emphasize the passion about cooking and wanting to be in the final. And the dishes that they came up with. Each dish is slightly different with their own personal touch on it. So what we're going to taste as judges is going to be absolutely amazing. They're keeping the product is the center of the plate. They're adding some ingredients that are nice and fresh, and we're going to really taste that Kahala come through.
Wow.
I can't wait to taste all the kahala either. I hope I get the taste, right, Chef?
Yes, you get the taste.
Okay, good. That's what that tasting plate's for? Okay, good. Very cool.
It's all good. It's all good.
Cool.
Students are doing an amazing job.
And I don't leave yet, Chef. We got more questions while they're working, and I see contestant number 2 looks like he started. We're gonna go see him in a moment. But the Forever Oceans Kahala fish is ideal for center of the plate. Do you not agree?
Totally agree. I was waiting for the other little bit.
I wanted to give you a point first.
I totally agree. You know what? It is a beautiful protein. Okay, it's a clean fish. It's packed full of omega-3s. It needs very little to cook with. You can eat it raw, sashimi grade. And then if you actually mix it with other fresh ingredients, then it is the center of the attraction on that plate. It's absolutely outstanding. What these students will produce today, we'll actually take their recipes and promote their recipes as well, because this is showcasing the skill of the students from the CIA.
Absolutely.
So even though it's a beautiful protein, it's in their hands now, and I'm sure they're going to turn out a fabulous end product.
I'm with you. I believe it. I've talked to some of them before, and they're amazing. So, all right. So contestant number 2. Let's go see what contestant number 2 is all about. He stepped out of the kitchen. Oh, here he comes. He made a grand entrance. That's what he just did. So Colin, welcome, sir. I'm going to go on this side of you. How's that? We're good. You keep working. Keep working. I'm just going to stick the mic in your face. Don't worry. And we're going to find out what exactly you're making for the judges, okay?
Yeah, so today I'm doing a Kahala Pabil, which is a Yucatan-inspired dish. You know, kind of really get some of those awesome Latin flavors, some of the citrus, a little spice. You know, I think it's going to pair really well with the fattiness of the fish and, you know, some of the flavors. It's going to be, you know, grilled and then kind of finished en papillote in a banana leaf.
En papillote, I love that. Culinary term, which means what, Chef?
I basically kind of wrapped in paper, so it's like
wrapped in paper.
Keep us like a moist, steamed environment to finish, so it doesn't get too dry or overcooked like fish usually can.
All right, everybody. So at home, make sure you remember number 2 is Chef Colin, and I'm going to say your name, Schillingberg. There you go. So contender number 1 is Helen, and then we have Colin as number 2, and we have 2 different sides. So we're going to go to your video right now, so you keep prepping, and we're going to go to your story.
My name is Gakuyu Suzuki. I'm 22 years old. I'm half Japanese, half Chinese. I grew up mostly in Beijing, China because of my parents' work. And I finished my high school in Japan, and I came here for the university in 2018. And my inspiration, like many other young cooks in this world, comes from watching the videos of Gordon Ramsay. And a couple years back, I watched this movie called Burn, which is when I learned of real fine dining cuisine in Michelin restaurants. And that's when I wanted to make something beautiful in culinary world. Well, my mom likes to cook both Japanese and Chinese cuisines. Well, my favorite dishes are in the breakfast. She'll make the Japanese egg rolls with using the dashi. When I first heard about CIA, I made some research on Google, and that's when I learned that CIA is the world's best culinary school, and I really like.
Cool deal. We're back in the kitchen. I'm going to sneak over here as we're watching. And Chef Andrew is asking what's going in the dish.
Didn't have them earlier, so now it's going to get garnished.
No, I think it's smart. I think they taste better raw. You know? I mean...
This is awesome. I wish you could smell the lemon, the citrus. This is unbelievable in the kitchen.
I like cheese. I'm not gonna lie. No, I do.
I actually see a new face in the Chef Rick.
Yes.
Chef Rick, can you come over here for a minute?
Certainly, my pleasure.
I have not. We have not been introduced.
Rick Moonen.
Everybody want to say hello to Chef Rick Moonen. Nice to meet you. I'm Chef Jay-Z, the host, the lucky host of today's event.
Yes, indeed. Better you than me.
So you missed. You just arrived. Thank you for showing up. Sorry about that. Oh darn.
Got up at 3 a.m. and I made it here as fast as I could.
That's awesome. So I have a question for you. Obviously, Kahala fish is very sustainable.
Yes, it is.
You are the superstar of sustainability.
I've been called the godfather of sustainability.
Say that one more time.
The godfather of sustainability.
The Godfather. Appreciate you being here, sir. So can you give us a little background on being the Godfather? What does that entail, please?
I've always been very tightly connected to product sourcing, where they came from, how it was raised, depending on what you're thinking of or what you want to work with as a chef. And that connection was instilled in me in this school. In 1976, when I came to the Culinary Institute of America, I worked under a chef named Eugene Bernard, who was known as Boom Bernard. And this guy was just a huge man. In his head, he was a walking encyclopedia of cuisine. And he instilled in me the importance of knowing and respecting where your food comes from. And so, from that moment on in my life, I needed to know. And sustainability is all about making sure that we're not loving something to death. That we're not, and then that includes environmental impact. It involves obviously population, and making sure that they have a healthy place to continue to give us what we put on our table every single day. So that's a long answer, but I have longer ones too. So.
That was perfect, Chef. That was perfect. Really, we're big on sustainability, as you know, Forever Oceans Kahala, and I really appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for making the flight up and all that, and being able to share your stories.
I love this.
Your life. And being an alumni, how's it feel to be back in your what is it, alma mater?
This is twice in 1 month. Actually, I was here last month. We just celebrated this campus 75 years of being in this location.
How many years, Chef?
75. 75, yeah. So it's a very big deal. And I've been a fellow, and I'm trying to get more and more involved in what's going on here as well. So.
That's awesome. Nothing beats giving back to the schools and everything. Yeah, there you go. He's over there. You can go grab his ear. He's going to go talk to Brendan Walsh.
Yeah.
That's the man to know, right?
I know him from back in the day, too.
Well, excellent. Excellent. Well, I'm going to roll another video. You keep going around, Chef. Definitely feel what's going on. Colin is in here somewhere. Colin, we're rolling your video, baby. Here we go.
My name's Colin Schillingberg. I'm originally from Evergreen, Colorado. So I've always loved cooking. It's always been a passion since I was really young. I originally went to school for health science to kind of pursue medicine, and first went to Europe and kind of got exposed to some of the food culture out there. And there's this cheese shop in Amsterdam, and there was a couple who owned it. They lived upstairs, and they were so happy to be greeting people on the streets, to give people samples, to share their life and their experience with them. I saw it, and it was just such a blissful happiness to them to connect people, and whether it's the relationship shared at a table or even just the experience of putting a bite of something delicious in your mouth and really learning from some of the best chefs, some of the best teachers, getting a very diverse education very quickly. So I'm really happy I came here. I feel it's really gonna propel me to a higher level and open doors that would have never been opened otherwise. I'm doing a Kahala Pabil, which is a take on a Yucatan style cochinita pabil with a quick grill of this Kahala fish, and then wrap it in banana leaves kind of empapillote for that steamed, slow, tender finish. And then I'm doing it over a coconut rice, and then kind of a charred pineapple fruit salsa with some herbs and peppers. I've really enjoyed it. I've never worked with a fish like this, but it's tasty and it's fun to experiment with. Doing a sustainable fish option, and kind of light it and makes it a little healthier, a little more sustainable, but keeps all those flavors that make that dish, truly an awesome dish. I just want to say thanks for everyone who tunes in. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Good to know that there are people looking out and kind of following what I'm doing, and it means a lot, and hope everyone's well.
So I'm back, and I have Chef Andrew Zimmerman right next to me. This is unbelievable. Like I said, thank you for driving up or flying up from New Orleans. I appreciate you being here. I just spoke to Chef Moonen, and we talked about sustainability and how important it is. You briefly touched on it in the other room. Can you give me a little bit on sustainability from your heart and how you feel about sustainability in the world?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, it's a very big subject. We talk about sustainability usually in terms of our ecological systems, right? Forests, oceans, deserts, farmland. But sustainability is also, when it comes to our food system, involves economic sustainability and other forms of sustainability that are required to make the system work, right? So we are now in the middle of a massive climate crisis that is enduring, that is not going to go away, and we have a very, very hungry planet. So when it comes to, why I'm particularly thrilled to be here is that we have the marriage of several different sustainability ecosystems, as it were, right? We have to feed ourselves. We're also lotus eaters. We're human beings. The restaurant industry, I believe in independent restaurants. I believe in the economy of culture, right? That allows a place like New Orleans I just came from, or New York City that's right down the river from us, or the community up here in the Mid-Hudson Valley. The way we interpret those cultures is through food. So if we're going to be living and working in 2021 and we're not creating economically sustainable models in our restaurants using sustainably sourced foods, which does mean some sacrifice, right? I'm not a tomato in winter guy, right? We're really failing, as a people. And so I think the bigger message here is watching these chefs creating delicious foods and setting the bar higher for their colleagues and young people. It's their generation that's going to save this planet, not mine. We messed it up pretty darn good. But I think that these young people are going to be able to take a flag for sustainability and say, something, I don't have a bias against a sustainably raised fish that is, grown in a pen at sea. I've traveled all around the world. I've seen aquaculture, on land, in ocean pens and everything in between. And there are people who are doing it the right way, like the Forever Oceans folks, and then there are people who are not doing it the right way. And so I support this product and wanted to show up here today and support these students because they are taking that flag and putting it forward. I think it's incredibly, important in a world where, look, just take our country. We had reduced hunger to 1 in 5, now it's back to 1 in 4, are hungry. In America, that's criminal. That's not an embarrassment, that's criminal. So if we can get our arms around sustainably raised catch, where we know how many pounds of fish can come out of every pen on a regular basis, right? It allows, for example, any place that food intersects with the public dollar to be more beneficial for communities who we basically have created nothing but shortcomings for. Seniors in senior centers and public hospitals, people in jails and institutions, kids in schools. We have no national school lunch program. Why are we feeding them the least healthy food in the world when we could be, farm raising delicious fish grown in clean water at sea and be able to put something really healthy and delicious? We know outcomes are better for those kids. So I think sustainability is a massive word that has incredible implications. And here we have a tangible, something that we can reach out, touch, and eat, a symbol of what real sustainability is all about, and that's this Kahala. I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely. So well said. It is so important to do this in the world, and it takes us starting it, and it takes them starting it, and it takes everybody being aware of what's going on.
Know what you eat.
Yep.
Ask people, when you're out, where does this fish come from? Who's cooked? Look, people are, walking around, like those 3 monkeys, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. So it's like, ask questions, take your hand off your mouth, open your eyes, unplug your ears, and listen to people's answers, and make some really smart decisions about the food you're eating. Eat less meat, eat more beans and farinaceous foods, eat more seasonally, eat more foods that have been raised in sustainable systems like this one. I think that's the solution. If we did that, we reduce the pressure on factory farms by 15% in America, literally overnight. And we need to do those things, we need to do them yesterday, but let's at least start doing it tomorrow, right?
100% agree. 100% agree. So we're going to start that. I'm going to come back to you, Chef. Thank you for that insight and amazing amazing feel. Like I'm pumped. We're gonna go meet.
Ready to run through a brick wall for me?
Not at all. Not yet, chef.
Yet?
But we're gonna show Justin's video.
right.
So we'll be back to you. Go out and introduce yourself again, and go judge some criteria, and then I'll come back to you, chef. Thank you. We're gonna go to view Justin's video right now, and then we'll go see what he's doing over there. Justin Kramer.
Yeah, I'm Justin Kramer. I live in San Antonio at the CIA campus there. I just moved here back in February from Washington, D.C. though, so I guess I would consider D.C. my home. So I actually kind of took a career change. In Washington, D.C., I worked at a law firm and was planning on going to law school. All my free time I was spending baking and cooking and trying recipes, and after a year and a half of that, I was like, well, maybe this is where my passion leads. This is what I'm actually passionate about and what I choose to do in my free time. My best friend growing up, his mom owned a chocolate and sandwich shop. For the town that I was in, it was pretty fancy. So I used to go in there with him and go in the back and watch her making chocolate and all this stuff. And I just like instantly was drawn to it and asked her to teach me how she did it. And ever since then, I've been hooked. I am actually a baking and pastry chef, so I can't say that seafood is the first thing that I am drawn to when I'm in the kitchen. So whenever I did decide that culinary was the path I wanted to take, I just went out into my research, and no matter where you look, CIA was always ranked as the top institute. And so I knew that that was a place that I had to go if I was going to really commit to this path. My recipe is going to be kind of like a recreation of taiyaki, which is kind of a Japanese festival food. That's usually it's a pancake that is shaped like a fish and it's filled with red bean paste. And I am going to take out that red bean paste for two of the ways that I'm doing it. And I am going to prepare the kahala fish in two different traditional Hawaiian ways and put that into the savory version of the taiyaki pancake. And then the third one, I'm going to use the taiyaki as an inspiration and create kind of like a Kahala Wellington. And if I can pull it off, I think it's going to be something that they've never seen before. And of having kind of a restructured fish. So I'm taking a fish that has already been prepared and filleted, and I'm putting it into something that's shaped like a fish. So it's almost going to be like you have a fish in front of you, you're taking a bite, and it's the inside of a fish. Currently at a friend's place using her kitchen because she has such an amazing kitchen to do tests for, and everyone who, since I've known that I was going to be in this competition, who has helped me kind of like shape my ideas and given me feedback, and I have a great support system that has made me confident in changing my career and doing this competition, and I can be more thankful for it.
So there we had Justin in video, and here we have Justin Kramer live, contestant number 3. So remember for later, you need to know those things. So contestant number 3 is Justin. So Justin, those knives look nice and sharp, man.
They are pretty sharp. I nicked myself a little bit earlier when I was preparing the fish.
Don't tell anybody. Shh. Oh, did I get in your way? I'm so sorry. You're cutting now, chef. So what we're gonna do now is I want you to just take a minute. Can you describe your dish? I'm just gonna put the microphone close.
Yeah, sure. So fun fact is I'm actually a pastry chef, so I don't cook with fish a whole lot. So when I was talking to my friends, I was like, what in the world am I gonna do? They were like, well, you're gonna have to like break down a fish. And I was like, I don't know how to do that. I was probably be better at putting it back together. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a reconstructed kahala 3 ways. So the first way I'm going to do a Wellington, and it's going to have a brulee pineapple in it, and it's going to be shaped like a fish. And then the other 2 ways is going to be a taiyaki, which is a fish bun that's traditional for Japanese festivals. Usually they have red bean paste in them, but I made the pancake batter a little more savory, and I'm going to prepare 2 different kinds of kahala in traditional Hawaiian ways and fill it with that.
That is unbelievable. Can you, one more time, what is that called? Because you just taught me something. So
it's called a taiyaki.
A taiyaki.
Fish buns.
Little fish buns, taiyaki. You learn something new every day. You never stop learning. That is so amazing. And a pastry chef. You know I don't go near pastry, my friend. This is why we have people like you. I love it. So thank you very much. And Deconstructed, that's a really cool word, like just taking something and putting it back together so that you can learn about it. What's that, Chef?
Reconstructed.
Reconstructed. No, you're fine. And so I'm gonna move forward now. So I didn't talk about it yet, but Chef Rick Moonen has a podcast, and we're gonna go live. We're gonna go to that in a moment, but I wanted to talk a little bit about it. You can find the Forever Oceans Raised podcast at foreveroceans.com. So make sure you go to foreveroceans.com and you can check out that podcast and our company's YouTube channel. So be sure to subscribe to that because it's really important to check it out. You can also find it on Spotify and iTunes, and you'll have to put it on your list because of the fantastic interviews you're going to see with Chef Rick Moonen. Okay? So here's just a sampling of what you're going to find out for the Forever Oceans Raised podcast. We're going to go to that right now.
So now there's companies such as Forever Oceans that's coming out with an amberjack product that we call Kahala. Beautiful. I'd like to send you some for a sample. But I want your insight as a super connected, super focused from a very early time.
Today we know that the ocean is a beautiful place to be part of the solutions of feeding the ever-growing planet. That the fish that I enjoy scuba diving can also be a place to raise and grow that fish, not only feeding the world, but in the process making sure that we don't damage or even we are able to contribute for marine life and oceans that forever will keep feeding humanity.
Okay, so these smaller pieces of the Kahala, the tips, I think are ready to be sampled. They're just seasoned with salt. Wow. That has got all of the delicious flavor of red snapper, but a much finer texture. The fat content, that absolutely melts in your mouth. That is just spectacular.
What you guys are doing at Forever Oceans, I think, is the way. It's sustainable, first of all, and it's actually looking at different water sources around the world. You know, you're talking about Hawaii that are conducive, you know, to that other fish from another native to another area. So I like because it's low impact. It's being smart about the future, and I think that's smart. So you consider me a fan right off the jump.
Okay, this fish is called Kahala.
Kahala?
Yeah, and it's
gorgeous.
a sustainable fish that we get from Forever Oceans. And what I'm doing here is taking off the skin, and you just grab that. Once you saw me start that, then you just grab the skin, and you just wiggle your knife back and forth until the skin comes clean.
This is gorgeous, gorgeous fish.
It really has a beautiful fat content, and it's related to the kingfish. So people will be familiar with that, and
so we can go a little aggressive with it.
Exactly. This would be great smoked too. I mean, I'm just started working with Forever Oceans, and I'm loving their product.
Oh, stunning.
Yeah, they're gonna have a farm off the coast of Panama before long too.
Hey, when are we gonna go fishing?
Yeah.
I want to go after that fish. Oh, and can you tell if you look really, really closely, the onions? It has that, like, they're translucent.
Oh, right here, these guys. Yeah.
It's not caramelized. It's just perfectly. Oh yeah, that's where the sweetness is.
I think it's something that we need on this planet done the right way, because let's face it, there is some overfishing going on.
This is hopefully a new system, and we can treat seafood in America a little bit more respectfully. That's what I would hope.
No question about it. This is the future. I mean, you know, a controlled quality fish. I mean, this is what we want. With affordable price, well, why not? I mean, you know, I eat fish 2-3 times a week, you know, so.
Look at you, you look fantastic.
Oh yeah, right. I'm going to be 95 in 10 years, so.
I look forward to speaking to you again in 10 years, Chef. That would be fantastic.
Okay.
So not for nothing, I just pulled out my phone and I subscribed to that podcast because I was not subscribed. I'm so bad on me. I can't believe it. But amazing podcast. Chef Rick does a fantastic job. There's new podcasts coming. Make sure you go to theforeveroceans.com and you download that podcast and you start watching it. So there's a lot of flavor going on in this kitchen right now. And what better person to bring close than one of my dear friends, Kathy Holly Nash? Is it Kathy? Kathy Nash Holly. Sorry. I'm Jay Zarabowski. The people forget that too. That's why it's Jay-Z. So Kathy, so good to have you here.
Got our beautiful Kahala. We're going to take an incision above the head, cut all the way around, and then just turn it over and do the same on the other side. So just cut through, cutting around to the head, and then we're going to take our knife and start at the tail and just make an incision all the way from the tail to the head. Turn it back over and do the same on the other side, going down that fin at the back, and then we're just going to take the tip of our knife and ease the flesh away from the bone. When we get to a certain point, we can stick our knife in and cut right to the tail, and then now it's just a matter of easing that flesh away from the bone. We've got the rib bones coming up, so just take your time, cut around to the end of the bone, just nice and gentle, and then it takes off. Absolutely beautiful. And then we just turn it over and we basically repeat the process, gently taking the flesh away from the bone. Our knife can go through to the other end, off at the tail, and then again you've got them rib bones, and just ease the knife over the rib bones, taking your time till you find the end of the bone, and then take off that fillet. Look at that, beautiful. Then we're going to remove the collar, and we're just going to cut around there, cut through the flesh, and there is a beautiful collar. They're going to be the new chicken wings of the future. Everybody is going to want to taste these beautiful Kahala collars. And then we're just cutting around again, cut through the flesh, and then remove this other collar. And there we go, another one off. That leaves the bones, the head. We'll just cut through, take the head off, and then these bones will make some absolutely beautiful stock. Move them to one side, wipe down our chopping board, keeping everything nice and clean, and then we'll portion up this fillet. So we've got the tail, and then we've got the loin and the belly. Belly ideal for smoking, tail smoking. We can make that into a mousse or force meat. The loin is absolutely beautiful for sashimi, and it can go with any cooking method, whether it's braising, barbecuing, grilling, pan frying. It's an absolutely superb fish. The bones, beautiful stock, packed full of omega-3, and the most tasty part of the fish are these collars, which you can smoke, you can poach, you can deep fry. It's an absolutely amazing fish.
just come through that?
Yeah. Hey, there it is.
Test 1, 2, 3.
No.
Mic check 1 2. Check check 1 2. 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 Mic check 1 2.
We're going. I know you missed me. Sorry, we're back. All I'm going to say is technology. Woohoo! But we are back, and we are going to start moving along a little bit faster because I'm all about catching you up. So a lot has been going on in this kitchen. So much has been going on. The smells. You know, they talk about smell-o-vision. Well, man, it is unbelievable. From curry to pumpkin seeds. We had someone bruleeing pineapple, and just the smell is just unbelievable. We're gonna move on. So you met contestant 1, Helen. You met contestant 2, Colin. You met contestant number 3, Justin. We're moving over to contestant number 4. You have your mask on, perfect. So Mahek?
Yes.
Yes, and your last name, say for me?
Ravel.
Ravel. Mahek Ravel. And she's got an amazing curry going on, but I'm gonna let her describe her dish for the judges.
So my dish is inspired from back home India. This is something that I've grown up eating. So there's a place in India, it's a coastal region called Goa. And whenever we would go like for family holidays over there, regardless of lunch, dinner, we'd have to order this dish as a family. So yeah, every time I make this, it just makes me remind of home, and I just cook this dish with all my heart, and that's the reason maybe I selected this dish for the competition.
I wish you could smell it all. It is just absolutely amazing. Even through the mask, it's just permeating. It's so delicious. Well, pleasure to meet you. I want to real quick, can we wave to everybody that's watching? We have a lot of Forever Oceans people watching. Let's say Kahala.
Kahala! Hi!
Awesome. All right, get back to work.
Thank you.
We're going to go roll her video right now and speak a little bit more on Mahek.
Hi everyone, my name is Mehek Raval. I'm a freshman from India, and I'm very proudly pursuing the Bachelor's in Applied Food Studies with a core in Baking and Pastry Arts. Both of my parents are actually hotel management graduates themselves. I think that food's always been in my blood. I think it's just in the genes. Food is a really important part in our culture, and especially the part of India that I come from, which is Punjab. Food is celebration. If we have like a feast, or if we have like any traditional, gathering or something, food will always be the main point, the main focus. So for us in India, food is happiness. If we want to make people happy, we want to make them smile, make them feel welcomed, it's through food. We all know that the whole concept of farm to table is something that guests and diners are looking for these days. So it's very important for us to know where exactly our food is coming from. And this contest where the fish are grown in a very sustainable manner really makes me happy. While cooking, it gives me the sense of respect towards the produce, and that's just an amazing feeling. It's like when you're cooking, you're taking care of it. It's almost like nurturing it. So during the time of COVID, when we international students had to return back to our country 2 years ago almost, I started spending a lot of time in the kitchen once again. I started baking, cooking food, and I remember this day clearly. My dad was in the kitchen, and I just told him that I really don't think so I'm liking what I'm doing. Maybe I really need to change my career path. He was so super duper supportive about it. And then we decided that, okay, she's going to go to a culinary school. And my dream school, if it was culinary, if it was baking, it was the CIA. And I got through it with the scholarships. The dish that I am gonna be presenting at the competition is called the Goan fish curry. A lot of people here in North America do not really know what Indian food is, and that's where I come in. That's where I want to present what Indian food really means, and in a very modern and sophisticated way. So while the flavors are super traditional, the presentation of the dish is going to be really modern and classy. Food is infused with not just spices and salt and pepper, but also emotions. I'm going to be here and achieve something great. And this is especially to my mom and my dad and my younger brother. I really miss you guys a lot, but to gain something, you have to sacrifice something. And right now, this point in my life is never going to come back. And as my dad always says, that it's now or never. So thank you for being so supportive, and I love you all, and I cannot wait to see you. Just cannot wait to see you all.
So here we go, moving on, coming over. Here we go, moving on. Bam. Here we go, moving on. Sorry, everybody. We're moving on to the next contestant, and let me tell you, it's all about those stories, right? You're hearing so much about stories and passion. This gentleman right here has some stories. But before we get into your story, Bryce, I'd like to know, can you please tell the judges what you are creating and what's on the menu for them?
I am making etouffee.
Etouffee. I believe that's New Orleans?
Definitely.
Nice, nice. So what kind of etouffee? Can you share that with us?
Just your classic traditional etouffee. Nothing too different except for the fish. That's about it. And spruced up a little thing. It's gonna be adding a golden bush to garnish it, some deep fried leeks, and I'll be folding in some celery leaves and crawfish tails into the saffron couscous that it'll be on the bed of. So it's a pretty elevated etouffee. You know, it's not the traditional one you'll see in New Orleans and whatnot. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Awesome, man. Not traditional etouffee, but a really flavorful etouffee. And it's using Forever Oceans
Kahala fish.
Nice, that's what we like to hear. Forever Oceans Kahala. So here again, it's all about those stories. We're gonna hear Bryce's story. Go into that now.
I'm a young black kid from New Orleans, Louisiana. Moved to Houston before Katrina hit. So I'm kind of Houston, New Orleans, you know, a little back and forth. Every Sunday, you know, afternoon after church, you know, that was kind of like the main thing. You know, all the family comes over, from collard greens to red beans and rice, you know, barbecue shrimp to jambalaya. You know, cooking really like kind of kept me close to my dad. He loves the barbecue and whatnot. And me going to culinary school, you know, it's really gotten him, you know, it's really gotten us even closer, us communicating more on a day-to-day basis on how I'm doing and what I'm learning, and just applying it to, you know, what I've learned from my parents, and just kind of elevate it. Same as what I'm gonna do with my dish for the competition. Me being in the kitchen as a young kid, I never wanted to cook. I just wanted to be there to eat it all. So that was my main thing. I didn't want to do none of the dirty work or nothing like that. But it came to me, I was just etouffee, just kind of just, I guess it just clicked with me. When I told my chef, he was like, that doesn't sound bad at all. I didn't think that, you know, these hands could produce something like that, but I just wanted to put on a plate where I'm from. I didn't want to, you know, I don't want to go out of my way and just do something that, I don't want to make you something that I'm not. You know, I want my plate to tell you a story about where I'm from and everything. I put in the work for it, so now I just gotta, you know, lay it all on the table and just show the judges what I got to offer. Yeah, when I told them about it, you know, they went ballistic. They wanted to, my mom was trying to get a flight, get a ticket to go up there and see me. She wanted to make t-shirts and everything. I was like, man, you ain't even got to do all that. And then my grandfather's really my, I'm sorry, real quick. My grandfather's really my rock behind everything. He's really pushed all my brothers to go on and do something with our lives and everything. And just him supporting me and being in culinary school, it just means the world to me. And, his birthday is actually coming up this weekend, and I want to win the competition for him. Without them, I won't think I'd be in culinary school and the support they give me. So I just want to thank them. I love them. I love them a lot. I don't say it as much, but I sure as hell do when I'm cooking.
And how you doing again? So moving on, that was an amazing story from Bryce. Definitely got me a little teary-eyed about Grandpa. But it's all about family and how they influence. Again, I keep telling you to remember each number and each contestant, and that is because of the People's Choice Award, where you, that's right, you, the audience, watchers, will be voting on who is your people's choice. So remember, we're gonna recap. Number 1 is Helen, number 2 is Colin, number 3 is Justin, number 4 is Mehek, number 5, we just met Bryce, and running around like a madman behind me is Max, but he's over there. We're gonna get him in a minute. Here he comes. Max, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Excellent, sorry to bother you. I know you're deep in it, you're going crazy here. Can you just describe your dish, sir?
So, I'm making a ceviche that is Peruvian, Mexican, and Japanese influenced. Right now I'm preparing a leche de tigre that is gonna be the sauce of the ceviche.
Oh my God, can you say that one more time, chef?
Oh, I'm preparing a leche de tigre that is a Peruvian sauce for the ceviche.
I love the way it just rolls off his tongue like that. That is unbelievable. That is fantastic. Are you having fun, chef?
So far it's amazing.
Nice, you're not nervous at all, right?
No.
We talked before, you're not nervous.
Definitely, all good.
Well, listen, good luck to you, and we'll come back to you, okay? We're gonna go to Max's video right now. Here it is.
My name is Maximiliano Rigi. I was born and raised in Mexico City. I think that all my life I have had a really special relationship with food, and more than cooking, it was like that search of different flavors, and I would say that the connection with food is what made me want to get into the food business. The family from my dad is from Argentina, and all the family from my mom is from Mexico. So I have had those two different cultures that have merged together. The food has a lot of flavor, and Mexicans are really into technique, and what I would categorize as the Argentinians care a lot about where does the product come from, and especially the product has to be local. One of my approaches, especially with my career, I'm really concentrated in getting into the fine dining world, and I really want to exceed in that industry. And I started searching for schools that could give me the opportunity, because I have been always a believer that if you want to learn to be really good at what you do, you have to learn it from people that really know what they're doing and that are really good about it. So my dish is a ceviche with Peruvian leche de tigre, and I use some Mexican chiles, so for example serrano, and some fried corn with guajillo powder. So it's a kind of combination between all the Peruvian elements, but adding some of the Mexican ingredients and techniques. This dish uses literally every part of the fish. There is practically no waste when it comes to this dish. So I think it represents a cultural idea. I think it represents a technical idea because it has a lot of technique into it. And it also represents a really sustainable idea of product utilization. These competitors are from all over the world, and they probably also bring their own cultures, and they are putting their heart into the recipe. So it really makes me happy I wouldn't even see it as I'm competing with them, because we're all showcasing what we know and what we can use, what we can do with these on this fish in mind. So I would say, first of all, good luck, and it's an honor to compete with you, and I will see you on Sunday. So I am really grateful about that my family and my friends are watching me right now, because I know they believe in me, and it's setting a standard of I want them to be proud of what I present today, so I will do my best.
Do Max say hi to him? Just recap what he talked about. Okay. And then trends with them.
Okay.
decided we're gonna come to after this. You got time. That was just a, oh, it's not turning on? Uh-oh, I better get someone. Yeah, just make sure they're all off.
He's in there, yeah. He's in there.
She's having a little issue with the burner.
Jay-Z, really.
Jay-Z, go ahead. Oh, I'm gonna come around here. I'm sneaking around. So you just heard Max's story. Again, he's making a ceviche dish. Let's talk about ethnic backgrounds. Folding the Forever Oceans Kahala into ethnic cuisine is so important these days, and really capitalizing on the flavors of it and making it into different dishes. We're seeing so many dishes today. It's unbelievable. Which brings us to trends. And we're gonna go to a short video on trends right now.
The pandemic has changed a lot. Consumers are just becoming a lot more aware of the omega-3s in fish and the health effects of that. When we look at the past year, and we see that retail consumers about 27% more seafood. An additional 9% of American consumers since the pandemic started are now going and buying fresh seafood. Those are really significant dynamics. So when you look at a Forever Oceans fish for nutrition, people and families, but also from a business standpoint, we can be producing high quality protein that's saltwater oriented, that's not polluting, that can scale massively. Thinking about the health implications of that in our society, they're going to be with us for the long run.
I'm back, sorry. Hello, everybody. We just heard a lot of things going on, and I'm back with Chef Kathy. I'm meeting all these chefs, right?
No, it's got to be confusing. I'm the one non-chef.
You are the one, yes, you're the one non-chef. You're the publisher, editor-in-chief, right? So we're talking about flavor in the menu, and again, I want to touch on trends for 2022. Can you give us a little insight on what you might see or where we're going with food?
Sure. We have, as flavor in the menu, we write about menu trends, flavor trends, exciting topic, and it's been challenging these past 2 years, really, or these past 20 months, kind of determining trends because of course, food service segment has changed so much. But one of the things we're seeing as a sneak peek, I know you read the magazine, is this interesting use of charcuterie, which had never really been a food service thing as a restaurant operator, because it was it was a sharing board. It was set out early, and now with sharing platters maybe not being the prominent menu offering, but we've seen interesting adaptations of charcuterie boards being packaged up into go, whether cones or boxes, which for the chef operator offers some really interesting cross-utilization opportunities. So that's something we are expecting to see grow in 22.
That's amazing. So cross-utilizing ingredients, making them into charcuterie, and then really, like you said, packaging. That's the future.
Charcuterie to go. Now, wasn't ever a thing. Right?
You heard it here.
Charcuterie to go.
Charcuterie to go. I love it.
Right.
So you're right. I do read the magazine. I also read about broth bowls.
Yeah.
And the whole broth and holistic feeling. I mean, that's another whole topic. But
yeah, broth bowls are a new thing, and they're just a perfect bridge between the popular bowl builds with grain bowls and the really interesting global broth builds, the ramens, the phas, these sort of things. And so we're starting to see menu developers, kind of chefs, experiment with merging, whether they're interactive, different broths, pouring over a grain build, something like that. Really interesting.
that is awesome. And not for nothing, but Forever Oceans Kahala fish and a broth bowl.
Oh God, perfect. Well, what I love about this product is that it's a perfect blank slate for flavors. So any direction a chef wants to take it, like the mild flavors, I mean, we call that in the industry a carrier, right? And so it's a perfect carrier. You can go in any culinary, regional cuisine you'd like to go, any format. So it really lends itself well to so many applications.
And the fish, like you've heard, has a nice little, some of the belly of the fish is a nice fatty content. The fish is just unbelievable. It flakes really nicely. So I could just see pouring the hot broth and then putting in a charcuterie. Who knows what's going to happen?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I think the slate is wide open here.
Oh, I love that. So we're going to move on to another one of our contestants. Thank you for your time, Kathy. Oh, Chef. We're going to move on, roll right into, she's right behind me. We're going to go up kind of slow, so don't go too fast. Come on in. Nadia, come here. This is Nadia Gonzalez. Nadia, I'd love for you to describe your dish. Just like describe it with love.
Well, I'm making fish tacos, and it's mostly because I'm Mexican and it's really a big part of my culture. So I wanted to bring that here and wanted to showcase it to everyone. And I'm really excited about my dish. I incorporated a lot of family things into it, so I really hope they like it.
There's that family again. I'm telling you, the family is all what it's about. You know, we shared a little bit of a story. You talked about your godmother, and how do you say that?
My madrina.
Madrina. Her madrina and your grandma, right? Both influenced. A quick story. My grandma got me into cooking. I never knew what I wanted to do, and then I had lunch with her one day. I made it, and she said, "This tuna fish sandwich is amazing. You should go to cook school." And that's how I got involved. So again, the family influences so much with students these days. Well, listen, I'm gonna let you go back. Thank you so much. And we're gonna check out Nadia's story right now.
My name is Nadia Gonzalez, and I am originally from Brownsville, Texas. When I was little, I baked a lot. I'm actually a baking and pastry student, not a culinary student. But I baked a lot as a kid, and I loved doing it, and I always made like cakes and stuff for family gatherings. My aunt made all of our cakes like when I was growing up, and she made beautiful and big cakes for all of us, and I fell in love with watching her bake. And during the pandemic is when I finally decided that I would like to pursue a career in culinary. So I decided to apply to the CIA and was accepted. So I came here and I've loved it. I've been in class for, I believe, 2 months, and it's absolutely amazing. I love my instructors. I love what I'm learning. So yeah. But I would like to own my own bakery, and obviously before that, just like work for a bunch of people, get to know everyone, like networking and stuff like that. I've never worked with the Kahala fish before. It's not something I grew up around, but it was really good to work with. I liked the flavor. It went really well with my dish. I've never done any of this before. As I said, I'm a baking and pastry student, so this is kind of scary for me because like I know that there will be culinary students there, and I'm sure they're like very competitive. My recipe are fish tacos, but I'm doing my own twist on it. I'm making my tortillas handmade, and I'm making a homemade salsa to put on top, and a Salvadorian style curtido. And I've tasted them. I think they're pretty good. I hope that the judges will like them. As I said, I'm really just here for the experience, and just being able to be here and do this is amazing. So yeah. To everyone back home, hi, I miss y'all. I love y'all. I want to thank y'all for all the support, and this is gonna be good. We're gonna do great. Thank you.
And we're live, Chef. How you doing?
I'm doing great, and the students are doing absolutely tremendous. We've got all 8 students in the kitchen now. Everybody seems to be relaxed, but there's an excitement in the air because everybody's dish is going to turn out amazing.
I'm so excited. Just the smell, like I said, I can't stop telling you about this smell. It's unbelievable in this kitchen.
All the different herbs and spices, especially the curry, the turmeric you can smell, or the tamarind, it's absolutely fabulous. That caramelized pineapple, cannot wait to taste it.
Oh, like I said the same thing. We might caramelize some Kahala soon, Forever Ocean's Kahala.
We were thinking about that just before when we were talking before. Let's sprinkle some brown sugar on the top and then blowtorch it and caramelize it and see what it's like. It'll be like eating a toffee apple. It'll be absolutely amazing, I'm telling you.
Oh, so good. So I want to talk a little about sustainability before we go to our 8th contestant. Remember, we have 7 contestants we went over. We're going to go to our 8th in a moment. But I want to talk to Chef, I pulled his ear, about sustainability, about the Forever Oceans Kahala. So, as you know, we talked to Chef Rick Moonen, we talked to Chef Andrew Zimmerman. They are all about sustainability. Kathy mentioned something from Flavor of the Menu about sustainability. Nick DiGiovanni is going to talk about sustainability in a little bit. I'm going to go see him. But what are your views on sustainability and how important it is with the Forever Oceans Kahala?
With Forever Oceans Kahala, we're trying to produce a product that basically you can use the entire fish. You know, you can use the head, you can use the bones, the collar, the fins, the loin, everything on that fish you can use. So it's sustainable. In the way we ocean raise the fish, we're at least 2 miles offshore. So those fish are actually swimming in deep ocean. So we're looking after the shoreline as well. We're trying to produce a product, a lean protein, which is high in omega-3, that can potentially feed the world. Because we need to feed this expanding population. It's getting bigger every year.
Absolutely. Chef Andrew Zimmerman was talking about it, how we can really start feeding people, and this is the best way to do it with this Kahala, with this Forever Oceans Kahala.
I've got to totally agree.
Nadia's cooking away here. I love it. Keep going. You are good. No, don't be sorry.
I'm in the way. These students are amazing, but you know, we've got to feed the world, and what better than a really first-class protein? It's fatty, the omega-3 content is absolutely amazing. You cannot overcook this fish, you know? So anybody that wants to try fish at home, this is the fish they should be using.
Absolutely, and you're gonna start being able to order in your supermarket soon, right?
Exactly.
And restaurants can get it also. This is fantastic.
Once this comes on the market, every chef that's tried this fish has been amazed by how versatile it is, from sashimi to roasting to grilling to pan frying to barbecuing. Okay, it's one of these perfect products that come along every now and again that are so versatile you can do anything with it, and it will be the center of the plate.
You know, I'm a chicken wings guy, but I can't wait to Kahala collar wings. That would be really cool. Kahala wings.
Deep fried, barbecue, absolutely amazing. They're the wings of the future.
Wings, I love it. I'm having fun. This is awesome. Chef, thank you for your time. We're gonna move along. We're gonna go visit Suzuki. I just love saying that name. Follow me. Suzuki. How's it going over here? Everything good?
Yeah, pretty good. Everything's going well.
Beautiful. You feel very relaxed, man. I'm really nervous right here, and you're like, oh, everything's going good. Everything's going good. So I'd love you to describe what you're making for the judges, please.
Sure. Today I'm making a Japanese-French fusion food, and for the sauce I'm using the fish head to make a fish fillet, and on the side there will be parsley, potato puree, and artichoke.
Beautiful. You want to get a close-up on that little fish head. I think that is beautiful. He's waving at me. We're waving at him. That's really cool. We'll get it later. Suzuki, thank you for being here. Thanks for being a CIA student. This is fantastic. Number 8, Suzuki. Okay, and your first name is, we call him George. George Suzuki.
Sure, it's Gakuyu.
Gakuyu? Gakuyu. I love that. That's so cool. Suzuki's number 8. We're gonna go to his bio right now.
My name is Gakuyu Suzuki. I'm 22 years old. I'm half Japanese, half Chinese. I grew up mostly in Beijing, China because of my parents' work. And I finished my high school in Japan, and I came here for the university in 2018. And my inspiration, like many other young cooks in this world, comes from watching the videos of Gordon Ramsay. And a couple years back, I watched this movie called Burned, which is when I learned of real fine dining cuisine in Michelin restaurants, and that's when I wanted to make something beautiful in culinary world. Well, my mom likes to cook both Japanese and Chinese cuisines. Well, my favorite dishes are in the breakfast. She'll make the Japanese egg rolls with using the dashi. When I first heard about CIA, I made some research on Google, and that's when I learned that CIA is the world's best culinary school. And I really wanted to visit the campus, and I had the opportunity during my visit for the summer camp. In this school, I not only learned the cooking itself, I also learned the whole picture of hospitality, about the restaurant industry and how we treat customers. My main goal is to create a school in mainland China because I see a lot of people who grew more interested in Western cuisines. They like to dine in French fine dining restaurants, and they like to taste high-end wines from France. And I'm very excited for this. For the fish, I'll be reverse searing it in the low temperature oven and sear the skin to crisp. For my sauce, I'll be using a fish head to make a fish fumet using the dashi ingredients such as kombu seaweed, dry shiitake, and katsuobushi. And for my side components, I'll make a yuzu jelly using agar-agar to make a little citrus caviars. And it has elements of both Japanese and French, and I also utilized many of the French cooking techniques that I mentioned in my introductory video. Thank you for all of you for taking the time to watch my first competition live. I really appreciate all the support that you're giving me, and I will do my best.
And we are over on this side of the kitchen now. And we're going to talk a little bit about more sustainability, but I do want to touch on your podcast, Chef. Why you created it and what inspired you to start that?
I was fortunate to be in the hospitality industry at an amazing growth time. You know, in the 90s, the late 80s, early 90s, there was a lot going on. Chefs, there was a camaraderie, there was a real culture. You know, we shared with each other. It was competitive, of course, but it was more of a collaborative effort to be creative, So a lot of these chefs now are my age, we're in our 60s now. And, in the newer generations, I want everyone to be able to connect to the roots, because we're still here, to be able to tap in. So I started a podcast to what I call the original gangsters of cuisine. So Jacques Pepin and Charlie Palmer and Andrew Zimmern, and Emeril Lagasse and Dean Ferring, a lot of these chefs, Norman Van Aken. These are my peers, people that I grew up with. And I'm trying to get a conversation with them that people can hear a little bit more about their roots, their beginnings, things you can't find on the internet. You can look up any of those chefs' names and you can get, little bios and resumes, etc. But to be able to just say, hey, when you grew up, tell me how many kids are in your family. Who was the best cook? Was there any competition? Fun things like that. And then we eventually get into conversations about aquaculture.
Sustainability, right?
Of course, that always ends up as part of usually about a little bit, 3/4 of the way through the hour, we'll have a conversation about the ocean and their connectivity to it. And a lot of these guys, the funny thing is, when they're talking with me, they act like they're intimidated by the discussion. It's just an open discussion to find out how things have changed. When I went to Culinary Institute of America, I started in 1976, graduated in 78. There wasn't even a course at that time on seafood. It was all meat. Because there's councils. You got beef council, you got chicken, you got eggs, you got all it is, but there was no seafood council. So it was just an interesting thing to see how the popularity, the understanding, the education, so to have these conversations with the old school, the original gangsters, it's just been a lot of fun.
What better way to get the godfathers of the industry talking to you and then hearing their stories and how they relate now to the changing times that's going on.
Andreas, for instance, I get on the call with him, and I think he's like God to me, and he's like, Rick, you started the whole thing, he's going on about it. He started telling me about his bee colony that just collapsed and how it's devastating, how the ecosystem is such a sensitive system that, it doesn't take a lot to really collapse. You can't take a part out of the motor, the engine called the ecosystem, and expect the car to run the same. So I try to get the general population, people we're all consumers. So we all have a vote. It's right here in our wallet.
That's right.
So it's not that hard. It's about asking questions and learning more about where your food comes from.
Absolutely, and we're going to learn more about the contestants right now. So I'm going to go walk around. Feel free to mingle. Thanks for your time, Chef. And let's go talk to some of these students and see how they're feeling, what they're doing. I know number one, Helen, is coming up soon, right?
I am.
How's it going over here?
It is hectic.
Hectic, I love that. Hectic is a great word. Hectic means she's focused. That means she's ready. And she is just gonna go nuts. So I see her skewering, and she's got some tempura batter. Very, very cool. Good luck, all right? We're gonna come over to Colin now. Number 2, Colin, how you feeling?
Pretty good. Just got my fish off the grill. Time to.
What is this right here? What are you doing?
Banana leaf.
Banana leaf.
Banana leaf. So yeah, the fish just came off the grill. Got some nice char flavor on it, and then yeah, it's gonna be wrapped and real slow with the sauce that I've been simmering.
Finish real slow in the oven?
Yes.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. So the grilling actually, like you said, gave that grilled flavor, smoky flavor, and then you're gonna finish this a different preparation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very, very cool. And then your sauce, if you don't mind me asking?
So it's a achiote based. It's called pabille.
Pabille.
Yep. So it's loaded with like citrus, pineapple, coriander, cumin, a bunch of good spices in there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, listen, good luck. We're gonna move on. We're gonna roll. I don't see Justin at his station. We're gonna come over to Mehek. Let's go over there. Follow me. Coming to you, Mehek. Here we go. I'm gonna put this down. How you feeling over here, Mehek?
I'm feeling pretty good. My curry is ready.
You notice, everybody, how I walk over and just takes that lid off the pot so that I can smell those flavors. I can just, see, it's so amazing, so amazing.
Thank you. So the rice is done. Now I just need to temper that. The curry is done, and now we're gonna get to the fish because that's the final thing, and then the plating.
What kind of fish is it again?
It's the Kahala fish.
Yeah, the Forever Oceans Kahala. She's doing a great job with that. So I'm just curious. So I used to be a rice guy. What is the rice you use?
So in India, traditionally, we eat basmati rice, which is long-grained rice, and it's super aromatic. So basmati rice, you can eat it with any curry, and it goes really well with the coconut curries.
A basmati rice. I love that. So you've got basmati rice, you've got your curry, you're gonna...
Really good mango salsa already as well.
Mango salsa. This is awesome. This is so great. Well, thank you very much. Good luck. We're gonna move on. So that was contestant. Oh, we're gonna go over to Justin. He's on the other side over there. So Helen was contestant 1. Colin was contestant 2. Justin is contestant number 3. So here we go. What do we have going on right here? How you feeling, first of all?
I'm good.
You're another relaxed one. You and Suzuki, man. You're just like, oh, cool, we're having fun. What do you got going on right now?
So right now the fish is pretty much all prepared. I'm waiting for my Wellingtons to come out of the oven. And right now I'm making the pancake batter for the taiyakis.
Nice, the pancake batter for the taiyaki. And he's doing a Wellington. How cool is that? Wellington is basically something wrapped in puff pastry. So what did you wrap in the puff pastry?
So it is the kahala, it is seared spinach, and then it is a brulee pineapple, which is that sitting right there.
That's what we smelled before. Oh, Chef Mark and I were like, oh, what does that smell? You had all the chefs going. That's awesome.
Perfect.
Well, good. Good luck to you, and we're moving on. Follow me. Keep up. Whoop, whoop. So Colin was contestant number 2. Now we're going to contestant number 5. Bryce, I'm coming back to you. You're on. You're no tasting yet. We're gonna do. Can I taste? I'm here. I'm gonna taste some. You mind if I get in there? So what do we? This is the etouffee, right?
Yes, chef. Yes, chef. It is.
Oh man, again. Ooh, it's got a little kick. I like that. Got a little kick to it. That is really awesome. I'm gonna put this back on. So how you feeling right now? Good?
I'm feeling good. You know, I'm really comfortable with it. Like I said, I went over it a couple of times with my chef. Got a lot of great feedback from the chefs at the San Antonio campus. Pretty confident. It's really reminding me of family right now. So no stresses around me at the moment.
That is what, no stress, family. See, again, that whole family makes you relax, makes you feel good, and then you cook from the heart. Like I said, remember, when you talk to the judges, just be family. Pretend they're family. We're eating with family tonight, all right?
Definitely.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
I'm not gonna go to Nadia just yet. We're gonna come around this side. I'm making the camera crew run around. We're gonna go to Max. I'm gonna put this in the sink. Max, how you doing over here? Excellent. How you feeling?
Stressed out, but I'm confident in my game.
Stress is good. Get used to it, man. The industry is full of stress, so just get used to it. It's fantastic. What you got a nice little cut. Can I hold this up? Yeah. This is a beautiful cut. Can you see in there? That is unbelievable. Do you know what that cut called? Say it one more time. I love it. That is some good knife skills right there, my friend. That is awesome. You know, I'm a member of the ACF, American Culinary Federation, and part of our testing, you have to do that when you go for your evaluation to be a certified chef. So that's awesome knife cuts right there. Very well done. You are so welcome. And you feeling good?
Yeah, so far so good.
Good deal. Anything you want to ask or anything you want to say to the audience of all the people watching you right now?
Thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate your support.
That is awesome. And thank you all for watching. And these kids are all students are doing an amazing job. They're having a lot of fun. Should we go over to Nadia? Not yet. We're going to go to Suzuki. Nadia, we're holding you for last. Suzuki. How you feeling, Suzuki?
Feeling pretty good. Enjoying the moment right now.
You and Justin, man, did you guys like hang out and just chill out together, you know, and we're good. So that's good. So what do you got going on?
Well, right now I got the puree goya, and this is the sauce, and right now I'm trying to portion the fish. At the moment, I'm going to scale it because I want to serve with skin on, and it'll make it crispy at the end.
So you scaled it so you got skin on for crispy skin. I like that. Add a crunch factor. Very, very cool.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have time to go to Nadia? Thumbs up, yes? I'm going to go over to Nadia. Nadia, you ready? You are here, and we are good. How you feeling?
Good.
You feeling good?
Yep.
Awesome. What do you have going on?
I'm cutting my fish right now for my tacos.
What kind of fish is that?
A Kahala fish.
The Forever Oceans Kahala. Anything you need to say to the audience or anything you want them to know about you?
To my family, that I love them, and thank you for always supporting me.
Oh, we love her. That's awesome. That's so great. Well, listen, good luck to you. Remember what I said, that little pointer? Just get out there in front of the judges, pretend it's family, and really, really, you're all cooking with the heart, but just show your heart on that plate. Thank you. Good luck to you. All right. So now we're gonna move on to, I believe the judges get warmed up, because Helen is getting ready to get her first item to the judges, her first dish. Well, the first dish is going to the judges. How we doing? Everybody's good? Should we move around and see? She went dark. April in my ear.
A lot of people ask me about the inspiration of Forever Oceans, the love and passion for the ocean that surely must have been the starting point. But in truth, that wasn't it so much as a passion for people being able to eat. I started in this space 13 years ago, seeing a problem and feeling a passion for feeding people, and we have come so far since then. With our platform now, we can scale globally. We're already working on 3 continents to produce fish, and at the end of the day, our goal is that there wouldn't be these catastrophic effects on communities that can't get access to food, and even at an individual level, that there wouldn't be these tensions of fishermen that have to choose between their own safety and feeding their family in an ocean where there's just less and less resources. Our team and our technology stack, we're equipped to scale broadly in a way that aligns with the oceans, and at the end of the day converts a lot of salt water into a lot of protein in a very resource efficient manner.
The Forever Oceans technology suite allows us to move fish production further offshore into deeper water than has ever really been done before at a commercial scale. We are fully exposed to all of the forces of the open ocean, and we're making full use of the assimilative capacity. Everything we've done on the technology front has been in service of that goal. In terms of innovation, we've had to come up with systems that allow us to interact with all of our farm systems remotely. We essentially have total awareness of all of the conditions on our farm at all times. All of the fish we're going to be producing initially are super high quality, high value species. The beautiful thing about farmed fish is the level of control we have over the quality of the product. From egg to sashimi on your plate, it's a completely controlled life cycle. So it's really hard to look at other high quality seafoods the same way. I mean, we really sort of set an impossible standard.
The pandemic has changed a lot. Consumers are just becoming a lot more aware of the omega-3s in fish and the health effects of that. So when we look at the past year, and we see that retail consumers are about 27% more seafood. An additional 9% of American consumers since the pandemic started are now going and buying fresh seafood. Those are really significant dynamics. And so when you look at a Forever Oceans fish, for nutrition, people and families, but also from a business standpoint, we can be producing high quality protein that's saltwater oriented, that's not polluting, that can scale massively.
Well, today, more than 50% of the seafood that we eat globally comes from aquaculture. Forever Oceans Kahala is absolutely outstanding for you health-wise. The omega-3s are very high.
The Forever Oceans Kahala is a beautiful piece of fish. It's got a buttery, mild flavor to it. It's so easy to cook. You can basically use any cooking method, from having it raw, poaching, or boiling, or grilling, or pan frying. Forever Oceans have put a culinary board together from around America. At the moment, we have 26 top chefs working on recipes using Kahala as the main ingredient. But as we move into the future, we're going to further develop more recipes using different kinds of species.
We've been able to re-envision how cultivating fish would work, that our solution has to be scalable, and through a lot of engineering we've been able to design survivable systems that can be far offshore, moored in deep water, and scale massively. But they also allow us to have a different concept of operations and a different relationship with nature, of being synergistic, that we don't have to exceed nature's carrying capacity. When we put our fish in the ocean, we can do it in a way that's aligned with the ecosystem, that all the layers are balanced and supportive, and not only not pollutive, but restorative. And that allows us to not only produce more fish, but better fish that's healthy, with high omega-3s, that's nourishing when people consume it.
How's it going, everybody? I just ran down the hallway. I'm here in the judges' room. This is really, really cool. This is where the next segment's gonna happen. The excitement is in the air everywhere, but I needed to talk about this because this is really cool. So you get the Kahala, you get it from the supermarket, you get it in the restaurant, and then you're like, now what do I do with it? Well, there's actually a recipe book that's out there for all of you to help give you some inspiration, some guidelines. All the recipes come from a bunch of chefs in the industry already. We're on the Culinary board. I'm a member of the Forever Oceans Kahala Culinary board, and we help you get ideas and inspiration for the cookbook. And then we're gonna give you ideas. So feel free to reach out to checkforeveroceans.com, look around, ask around, and remember, it's a light fish, it's flaky, it's buttery, and it's delicious. So we're gonna move on now, and I got one more question for each judge, just because I can, because that's, how I roll. So I'm just gonna grab my question really quick, and I'm gonna go over to each judge, and I'm gonna start with Chef Andrew Zimmerman. So Chef Andrew Zimmerman, I know that you have sampled Forever Oceans Kahala on one of your shows, right? Is that true?
No.
No, you haven't?
No.
Okay, so
I was lucky enough to get a couple of fish from the Hawaiian fishery, and I cooked it up 4 or 5 different ways, tried it raw. I was super, super impressed.
So with that, what sets it apart from another fish?
I think the combination of fattiness in the bottom loin and the firmness and the lean flakiness in the top loin, it's got superb flavor. I don't think it's neutral. I'm not a big fan of neutral food, and why bother? You might as well eat popcorn. It's got a beautiful flavor. I was actually telling Rick, one of the things that I found, the one that won for me, that I keep going back too with this kind of fish is just letting it gently, almost steep like tea in a broth or a thickened roux or anything. You can take it in a dozen different directions. You can do it in, you know, a Thai coconut milk soup that I was just talking to Nick about, and just let it steep in there for 15 minutes, you know, pieces of filet, and just serve it. I just think it's got a really nice, clean, beautiful flavor.
Clean is the magic word, but that Forever Ocean's
Yeah,
Kahala
but
by all
without,
means.
but you know, look, I like oily fish. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, give me a piece of mackerel any day of the week. And this fish has a flavor that stands up to some of the bigger flavors. That's why I'm excited to see what some of the students are doing, because they're putting some big flavors up with that fish, and the fish will not roll over and play dead. This fish it's fantastic. It's also very, very versatile because it's firm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can grill it.
Absolutely, you're in for a treat, Chef. Trust me, it's really going to be great. So, thank you very much. I'm going to go over to Chef Rick. Thank you, Chef Rick. Let's see, where am I here? You prepared more seafood than any other chef in the room, maybe.
I don't know.
So, what's your secret?
My secret?
Yeah, to preparing fish. You like that, right? We want to know.
Well, finding umami where you can find it. Clams.
Clams.
If I had to give you one ingredient in my life that have changed the flavor profile of just about any seafood thing that I've done, it's clams.
Clams. I love
But I'm talking cohogs from the Atlantic Ocean. The flavor, the salinity, the minerality, the umami, natural flavor of clam juice is just everything. You can't go wrong.
That is amazing. I love that.
If it's just not exciting, put some clam juice in it. 9 out of 10 times, that's all it needs.
So clams and Forever Ocean Kahala is going to be perfect pairing.
Off the charts.
Off the charts. I love it. With some of those sauces in there and some bruleed pineapple. Oh my goodness, just unbelievable.
That's what I like about it. They're really having a very interesting, there's one that's definitely doing a Mexican style, you know, the pineapple and the achayote.
Achayote.
What is that? It's not barbacoa. I keep saying barbacoa.
The Pibil style?
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Okay. It could be whatever we want it to be. We're chefs. Go with that.
It's just not a cochinita. It's a Kahala Pibil.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta bury it.
Exactly.
Wrap it in banana leaves and stick it in the ground.
There you go. That's awesome.
I'm really excited about what they're doing.
And there is some banana leaves you're going to try. One of the chefs grilled and then banana leaf wrapped one of the Kahala. It's amazing. It's amazing what they're doing. I think I'm learning a lot. That's for sure. So.
I'll tell you what. When I went to the Culinary Institute of America in 1976, we weren't doing this stuff.
1876.
I hope to get the century wrong. I want to talk to Brendan.
I'll move on then. Chef, how proud are you of your students right now? That's my question to you.
I'm telling you, you saw them in the kitchen, how organized, how clean, how together they are, and the fact that they're so passionate about all the flavor profiles that they're working on. I love that it was referenced the cultural and heritage that they're bringing to their plates. They're so proud of it. Of course, I'm just truly excited because food brings people around the table, and they're doing it. They're doing it right now.
And that's what I keep talking about with them, the family, and each one of them has that family memory that brought them to why they're in the kitchen right now. And they are bringing that family on a plate, which is really it's emotional to me. I love talking to them. And
emotional for all of us.
Man, I can't wait for you to all taste. I can't wait to taste either. I'm going to go on the side, but really cool stuff going on. So I'm proud of them too, and thanks for keeping the school alive and making everything happen and bringing out these kids that really have a passion. So thank you.
They're making a difference.
Yes, they are. They are. All right, moving along. You're like my idol. I love you. I told everybody.
Are you
it's so
kidding
funny.
me?
I know. Go figure. No, I'm kidding. But thank you for being here. I always wanted to be in a publication, right? Always look to strive to be out there and get in a magazine. What am I in a magazine?
Yeah.
I always wanted to own a restaurant too. That never happened. But to get in a publication, any recommendations to students out there that would inspire you to, write about them or something that they may want to be? How can they do that?
Yeah, I think the editorial delivery of and cooking go hand in hand, and there's certainly a way to do that. For me, what makes me most excited, before I answer that question, is just that telling a story through food, there is perhaps no better medium than telling a story through food, right? And I think if you could do that on the plate, that's an incredible gift. And that is by putting your culinary heritage into it and the love we were talking about earlier, which sounds like what they're doing, but also being able to translate that to words in some way. And I think chefs have found great success doing that, and certainly can do that in so many forms of media right now. But I think telling a story through the food they love and know is always the best way.
Man, they're doing that. I love
They're
that
doing
we're all
that.
asking
They're
for
doing
this,
that.
and they are
They're
doing
it.
So
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to skip Chef Mark. I'm over to Chef Nick.
Thank you
Chef
very
Mark,
much.
We've talked enough already.
Sorry, Chef Mark.
I'm just kidding. Chef Nick, one of the questions I had for you in regards to what you're doing, you're inspirational on TikTok and Instagram, and you're making food look easy. So how do you portray that to home cooks when you're out there and you show it? What is your message to people about food and Forever Oceans Kahala and utilizing sustainability? I mean, I want you to tie it all together now into what you do and how you do it day to day, and then how easy you make it look, even though it's not easy, but to explain to people that, you know what, cooking is easy when you cook from the heart. So can you explain that? Did you get my question?
I think I
I'm all
understand.
over, right?
Yeah.
Go for it.
That's a lot to try to tie together.
Go for it. You got 2 minutes, by the way, Chef.
I actually think it's an easy answer because of kind of some of the things that have been floating around today here between the judges and everybody. But I honestly think it just comes down to the fact that if you just don't overthink things in the kitchen, keep it simple. I mean, for instance, this fish doesn't have to have crazy things done to it to make it taste good, right? I think that's kind of the key. And just showing that, cooking doesn't have to be hard. You can do whatever you want with food.
Simple ingredients and put them together.
Yeah.
By all means.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Good answer. I love it.
Yeah.
Chef Mark,
Thank you. Great answer, Nick.
How proud are you of this competition and what's going on and the students that you've seen, and you get to tie it all together now? That's why I left you for last.
Oh,
so.
right. Thank you very much.
No problem. I know you can do it.
You know what? This was a dream of mine about 6 months ago, to develop a competition for the students. And this is totally being blown out of the water with having celebrity judges. The talent that the students are showing in that kitchen is just absolutely amazing. Being an educator for 20 years, to me, it's all about the student experience when they're on campus and how you can give them a valuable experience that they can enjoy the rest of their life. And here comes Helen now. She's going to cut me short.
We are bringing some
but
dishes
her
down.
food looks absolutely amazing. It's all about the students. They've done a tremendous job, and now we get to taste what they've made. So this is going to be phenomenal.
Absolutely. Well, judges, Helen is number one, and she is bringing down her dish. And I believe Helen's going to describe it for us. And I'm going to turn it over to Helen. Yeah, by all means. All right, Helen.
You take your mask off.
Oh. So I've made an Kahala mochi tempura with an apple tensuyu sauce and citrus kosher noodles. I hope you enjoy.
This looks amazing. How do you feel now you finished?
Very nervous. Like I feel like a statue. Oh gosh.
It looks absolutely amazing. It smells fabulous as well.
Is there a story behind your dish?
Story.
Tell me what your thought process was when you
So I really wanted to focus on seasonality. So it features the apples, New York, apples, fall. The noodles are sweet potato noodles, citrus to give it a nice vibe. Hopefully nothing is too overpowering, so it'll highlight the flavors of the Kahala. The Kahala, I used mochi as one of the breadings. Sometimes you'll see panko or in like tempura or something, but decided to go with mochi. It's kiri mochi, so it's dried mochi. It's still crispy and hot.
Excellent. You're from Alaska originally?
I've been up there for 5 years.
Yeah? You getting ready for the winter?
Sadly, I think global warming or climate change is definitely a factor. It's actually kind of rainy and muddy in Alaska right now, and cold in New York.
Well,
Sorry, can I ask
No,
a question?
I can't.
Do you recommend, what is your recommended style, dipping or order of, did you have something in mind for?
So you can try the tempura on its own, but try it with the dipping sauce, and then also try it with the apple if you want some more freshness. Don't mix the apple completely in. That's why there's a little mound. Get the little fresh part off of it, and then if you want with the soy sauce, mix it with the soy sauce. So there's just a variety of ways you can eat it. The flavors constantly change.
Great.
Helen, when I popped in the kitchen 5 minutes ago, I was getting worried.
I was worried too.
Amazing.
I was worried too.
No reason to be nervous.
Oh, is this still hot,
What'd you
chef?
season the cucumbers with?
Oh, it's just a basic seasoning of salt, sugar, and rice vinegar. That's it.
That it?
That's it. Cucumber? Cucumber?
So, are you a freshman or something?
I'm a freshman. I am in.
When did you start school?
This fall,
Wow.
a couple months ago. And we went from julienne and carrots, and my chef was like, "Hey, do this," and I'm like, "But chef, we've literally just chopped vegetables." And here I am.
You know what? This is the start of your career. So being in front of the panel of judges like this, it can only get better. You know, so you start on the right foot, and you're putting yourself out there. You know, you could just come to school and just go to class and not even think about competing. Now you've taken that extra step. The next competition and the next competition, you're going to be a pro.
Thank you.
What was the trickiest part of this build?
Grating, mochi, just grating anything in general. Microplanes are really sharp.
But it's simple. It's really a simple,
really simple.
creation. I mean that in a complimentary way. I don't. But it's you're saying it's not that complex to put together.
I think it's definitely technique. I worked a lot on the tempura with different techniques, different batters.
Right.
Definitely getting a batter.
Yes, right.
Definitely
Because
getting
that
a batter.
can be a trap, right?
Mhm.
Either and then the cooking of the ingredient inside. It's nicely cooked and that can be tricky, right?
Mhm.
In battering and frying, right?
Yes.
Nice.
You had the greatest. I mean, just looking at what everyone is cooking,
Okay.
you had the greatest opportunity to fail. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. I mean, anytime you're presenting food to be judged and you have more than one element, you have four.
Yeah.
And it's designed to go together. And for people who, have eaten a lot of food for a long time, if one element sort of dims the bulb a little, it affects everything else. I'm just really impressed that everything goes together beautifully. You even drained the cucumbers well, so they appear as if raw, and then it's a beautiful surprise that they're so gently pickled. The minute you said apple, I was like, oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
And it works brilliantly.
Yeah.
Your sweet potato noodle salad is the perfect accompaniment, and you did a beautiful job cooking the fish. Everything works together really, really nicely. If I got this dish as a lunch set in a restaurant, I would be very happy with my selection.
Thank you.
Great.
Nice job.
Great.
Yes. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You did a great job. We have the next contestant coming down. That was awesome. So one more time, well, I guess I can talk. I'm going to talk while we're waiting for the next contestant. Remember, it's 25 points for the taste of the dish, 25 points for the creative use of the kahala. Technology is not on right now, but I'm going to see if I can turn it on, of course, and it's locked. So there it is, perfect. So you see the Kahala Klash. You make sure you go to this website. When you scroll up, I'm big on learning how to do things, so I'll do it with you. Scroll down to here. Oh, where is it? I lost it. So, all right, there we go. Vote. You click the vote button. When you go to the vote button, there it is, people's choice. You cast your vote. Please wait till you see all the contestants that you can really get an honest opinion on the voting. Okay? So here we go. And now the next dish is on its way. Colin is now entering. Colin Schillingberg.
So here we have a Yucatan style pabil, so a Kahala pabil is what I'm calling it, which is usually a cochinita where you have a whole roasted hog dug into a pit. So I'm kind of resembling that open fire cooked with the grill, the rustic cook with the wood plate, the banana leaf cooked slow like if we're in a pit. We have a pineapple salsa on top. We have roasted pumpkin seeds, and then the sauce itself is an achiote with some roasted citrus, pineapple, some spices, and over a coconut rice.
Colin, I remember reading this at round one and thinking, how are you going to turn this out? And it looks amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Was Colin were you the chef that used the whole fish? You actually...
Yeah, so I butchered it down, and then I took the bones of it and then made a broth with the coconut milk and a couple aromatics to cook the rice into.
Really nice. Okay.
And then we have the loin cut of it on each of your plates.
Yeah.
What impressed me was your fabrication. It was excellent.
Thank you, chef.
Well,
Appreciate that.
And you know what? It was so clean as well. Everything on your workstation was in order, cleaned down, prepared, put away. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Achiote is not easy to work with, and you did a really great job here.
Thank you.
Did you use the seeds or did you use the paste?
I used paste. Yeah. Especially with the time limit down.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, chef.
No, there's a big difference. I was just curious.
Did you have another? No. Did you torch the wood yourself?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's really nice. The cook on the fish is perfect. I absolutely can't stand people that throw fruity salsa on top of fish. I think it's really overdone, and I think it's really hard to be successful at it, and you nailed it. It doesn't take away from the fish at all. The sauce stands up to it. I think it's a great example of this. I've had dishes like this in restaurants that I've taken a bite and not wanted to eat any more of it, and I want to eat the entire plate here. Really good job, and really smart to take your torch to the wood and give it that sort of effect there. It really helps. I mean, as a diner, it really helps. If I had one thing that I would suggest that you try next time is just get that sauce a little hotter. And that could be timing just coming from the kitchen. I don't know if it was hot or meant to be room temperature, whatever, it's delicious. But I think if that was hot, this is a very, very successful dish. Really nice. And using the fish broth with the rice is really, really well tied together.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Colin, your knife is obviously going to be in as well. Especially with pineapple.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky at the core and the round shape of it.
Great job.
What went into the rice, Colin? I'm curious.
So in the stock itself, coconut milk, a little bit of water, and then kind of your white mirepoix, so parsnip, onion, celery, bay leaf, a little bit of coriander that's kind of been used in a couple of the different elements of the dish. And then, yeah, that's it. Yeah, definitely nice.
You happy with the dish?
Yes, very happy.
Very nicely done.
I like the fact that you grilled it's got that beautiful caramelization on it, and it's still, the fish is super moist. It's wonderfully cooked. Nice job.
Yeah. Steal this idea.
compliment. Thank you very much. Love to hear it.
Nice job.
Well done.
Thank you, everybody.
So we got 1 minute. Don't forget, everybody, make sure you go back to the website. Make sure, I'll show you. Again, I learned just like everyone else, but you gotta go back to the iPad, go to the Kahala Klash cook-off, and you're gonna click vote, and once it comes up, you see all the students' names. So coming up next, we have contestant number 3, and that's Justin. Justin's on his way down. There's been some great comments right now. I think, like I said, I'm learning. I'm sure all the chefs are learning, and everybody's learning in the room. It's amazing what these students are preparing for us. And I think I just heard one of the chef celebrities say they're gonna put on their menu. How cool is that? That is such an honor right there. That is an amazing thing. That's awesome. Talk about boosting morale and really making students feel good. That's the way we do it. And cooking with Forever Ocean's Kahala fish. So if you wanna take a look, I'm gonna take a peek and see where we're at.
It's also hard to cook rice well. Just rice. Yeah. Just make rice. You know. Or season the pineapple relatively. That's not easy. We've all had versions that are bad.
Unless you want to share.
No. No mango.
Okay. I don't know if I can see the floor. It's been a long time since I've been I've been the office girl for too long.
So chefs, what do you think so far? Unbelievable, right? I'm blown away at the presentation. I love how well composed the students are. Anyone's talked, just let me know. I'm gonna toss this to you. But definitely, I appreciate everything you're doing. I think that the students are learning from all of us and our comments. Chef Andrew, I love the way you're just honest. And that's what students need. They need that. You know what I think? This is just a little bit, and you're so right. And I love that you said fruit and fish. Oh my goodness, that's like a nightmare, right? But when you pair it well and it's done right, I think that is huge for when you're a chef in the industry.
I lived through the 70s, 80s, and early 90s when every piece of fish in America came with salsa. You know, the PTSD that I have from that. But your point is very well taken when it's done the right way. And I was actually commenting when the cameras were gone. Even the rice was cooked properly in that second dish. The noodles and the shiitake element, the small little noodle salad in the kaiseki set that was presented by our first chef. I mean, just the little things that can go wrong were all just very, very, very well done. It's, very professional.
It's all about going to the CIA, right? There it is.
Yeah. Well, under pressure too,
And under pressure.
There's cameras and interviewers, in your face.
Oh yeah. We told them, I discussed with them, I made sure that we went over, listen, because they need to know the real world. It's not all rainbows and unicorns. It's hard out there, and people are in your face, people are talking to you, things happen. Honesty, I think, is the best critiquing that we can all give, and I love that we're doing what we're doing. It's fantastic. So thank you, that's awesome. I believe our next contestant, yes, do we have it coming down? No? Oh, we're gonna keep filling some time. Anybody wanna add anything? I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be on the culinary board. I actually submitted a dish, and I thought of you, chef, when you talked about lightly poaching the fish. So I lightly poached the kahala, and then I made a fritter out of it and used breakfast. Because who says kahala can't be for breakfast, right? I mean, why not have fish for breakfast? It doesn't have to be scrambled eggs and bacon all the time. You can have whatever you want for breakfast. I know there's so many ethnic ethnicities that you have certain foods at certain times of the day. So, so with that being said, voting, you're all voting. We got 25 points. I believe there's 25 points for plating, 20 points for plating, 25 points for how they use the Kahala fish. I'm gonna cheat a little. 25 points for taste. And then we're looking at the personality, I think, is huge. That's gonna make or break some of these kids. Because the food can be amazing, but if you can't present it, I mean, do you all agree as personality chefs? I believe we all are. You have to have that personality as well as the knowledge of what you're doing. So, I feel like Secret Service. So we have, contestant 3 is working on it, and they're making it happen. So for that, rolling, we're gonna go to commercial break. I'm just kidding, no commercial breaks. Forever Oceans Kahala, really important to know that we utilized Forever Oceans Kahala in this dish, and all the dishes being served. Sustainability is huge. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. I'm actually at a blank for a moment. Look at that. So I'm gonna let Chef Mark go for it, yeah? Thank you, please.
Give you that fancy mic. Thank you. What I would like to say is all of these students have come in using basic ingredients. So nothing is being pre-prepared. They're using what I term as one ingredient foods. So if the apple, that was just an apple. There's no preservatives, additives, colorants. So it was just a pure one ingredient food. The same with the Kahala. And what the students have done is they've mixed one ingredients, an apple, rice, the Kahala, to make this perfect dish that it's got fresh, seasonal ingredients. So for any student to do that in this current climate where a lot of the food industry now, it's in packages or boxes and you just open it up and you reheat it and you put it in front of the customer, this is absolutely amazing because this is what they're learning at culinary school, is actually how to cook. And when you look at the general population, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, we all need to eat healthier food. So if we get one ingredient foods, we prepare them, we match them together, we combine them, we can have a tasty, healthful dish that you prepared in your own kitchen, just like these students have done now. So it's amazing to me that they've been under pressure and they've been monitored by 8 professional judges and they've turned out these amazing dishes. And we're only on number 2. Number 3 is coming out. And like I was saying to Kathy, number 1 is always hard to gauge because now you've got to look at every dish that comes out. And so far, every dish is going to be that special. And it might actually come down to the personality of the student because the food from all 8 is going to be absolutely amazing. Nick?
Let's eat.
Thank you, Chef Mark. That was amazing. It's so true. So I'm actually going to talk about a little bit about what these chefs are competing for. I don't think we've actually went into detail with that, but there's $10,000+ on the line for a scholarship to CIA. So that's really awesome. And then there's a secret prize that we're going to talk about later that Chef Mark will mention. But for now, we're just going to go over, after all the criteria is done, each student will be evaluated and looked at, and then the winners will be announced. There'll be second and third, and then we'll have the first place, obviously. Don't forget about the People's Choice. So make sure that you see the People's Choice Award and you vote. Okay, very, very important. With that being said, I'm going to check one more time out the door. Let's take a peek. I'm going to take a peek. Nothing yet. We're getting there. We are getting there. It's all good. It's all about the industry. It's the industry that we live in. It's the industry we work in. This is what happens. So we have to be able to think on our feet, right? And Chef Mark jumped in for me. He saved me. Thank goodness. I am the host. But you know what? Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. So, bizarre food, Chef. Anything bizarre yet that you've had here? Tasting. I'm coming over with that.
I had some very healthy pirate's booty at the crafty table earlier.
Yes.
That was quite extraordinary. I'll tell you one thing that I would add to what Mark said. We're talking about one ingredient. The main ingredient, obviously, is the fish, and we've only had 2 dishes so far. But look at how versatile that fish is and how beautiful it is that you can grill a piece of that fish and have it just be stunning, and then at the same time you can fry little goujon, fingers, right, of it, and have it still be moist. still be moist and delicious and flavorful. I just great product. I'm really impressed with what the culinarians have done so far.
Absolutely, from everything, like versatility. That is
Yes.
like another great word.
Although I did, we were joking here before. We were going to go with the Kahala haggis, which would be my dish. But there were no pinhead oats, and I will not make a haggis without real Scottish pinhead oats. That was one of your signature dishes that I stole from Water Club back in the old days.
haggis? Yeah, we were playing with it.
The fish haggis.
Inspired by, chef. You didn't steal it, you were inspired.
No, I stole.
You stole it.
We've been friends for a long time, so I can
You
sit there.
stole
I
it.
can tell the whole world I've stolen half of his playbook. Are you kidding me?
I love it.
Yes. When I was young and hadn't blossomed into myself yet, I had the opportunity to work many times with Chef Moonin, and I learned as much about cooking from him as almost anybody. So, yes.
Very nice.
He's horrible at selling himself. You were calling him the godfather of sustainability. I actually think that undersells him. He's been a voice for sustainability for the last decade and a half, that is for sure, and was onto that idea 30 years ago before anyone talked about it, but he's simply one of the best seafood chefs of the last 50 years in America, full stop.
Absolutely. I believe here's number 3, Justin.
Oh.
Do you want that mic, chef? You're gonna hold on to it?
No.
Okay. So you can eat. There you go. Justin, don't leave yet, sir. Oh, you got one more? You're staying, sir. So everybody, Justin, and you get to describe your dish now, sir. So go for it.
Yeah, so this is reconstructed Kahala 3 ways. I'm a pastry chef, so whenever I was thinking about what I was going to do for this, my friends were joking, like, you don't even know how to take apart a fish. And I was like, yeah, I'd probably be better at putting it back together. So that's what I did. So each fish is prepared, the inside is a little bit different. So one fish is a macadamia encrusted Kahala. One fish is a honey soy glazed seared Kahala. And then the middle one is going to be a brulee pineapple Kahala. And that's a Wellington, sorry. Brulee pineapple Wellington Kahala. The one in the little envelope, that's how it's traditionally served at Japanese festivals. So I tried my hand at some origami a little bit. And so that one's going to be the macadamia encrusted one in the envelope.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about how you were inspired to come up with this kind of play on Japanese foods?
Yeah, so Kahala, obviously with the Hawaiian heritage, Japanese heritage is also very prevalent in Hawaii. And so I wanted to do something that kind of tied in the two. So the taiyaki, obviously, very traditional Japanese festival food. And then the Kahala I made prepared in Hawaiian ways to kind of mix the two together.
Very ambitious.
It was.
Are you familiar with the dish kulubiak?
I'm not, no.
Russian casserole with Russian
That's right.
pastry, right?
Usually layered with spinach,
Mm-hmm.
what they call vesiga, which is actually the marrow of a swordfish.
Okay.
Which you don't see very often. But if you can't get that, they usually use kasha. Was it kasha?
Mm-hmm.
It brings me back to when I attended the Culinary Institute of America in the 70s. And it was something that we'd have on a voiture, the little cart that would go out into the dining room. It'd be this gigantic puff pastry filled, or brioche, depending on either way. But usually we did puff pastry around the salmon.
Okay.
Layered it. It's just really kind of interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to do something that was in my ballpark a little bit, so.
You ever watch Olympic diving or figure skating?
I have, yes. You guys tell me I'm a
There's always a
snowboarder?
degree of difficulty.
Uh-huh.
You've gone at a very high degree of difficulty here. I've certainly judged every, big cooking competition that there is. And everyone always makes a joke backstage. Don't do 3 things, right? And do one thing very well. And you bit off 3 things here, and it's really, really hard to execute. I love I love what you've done here with it. I thought the soy sauce glazed, that's pan-seared.
Yes.
You were saying Kahala worked really well with this, yummy little glob of mayo-y stuff that was there. And everything worked really well with the breading for me, except the coconut.
Okay.
I got sort of one flat flavor out of it. The puff pastry one was fantastic with the vegetable and all that. There was a nice contrast there. Same thing with the contrast of the acidity of the soy sauce-based one. I thought this one was the least successful of it. And then I ate it with the this little
It's a mango salsa.
pineapple
Mango salsa.
salsa with it, which really sort of perked it up. I would have liked to see maybe more of that, or maybe that inside there. Very, very ambitious, but like you, I bit into the puff pastry presentation in the middle, and it took me back, to dining out with my father when I was a little kid. So, and I like the way you confidently told us your story. You're a pastry chef. You're not going to take apart the fish. You're going to put it back together. I think that was a great sell.
Thank you.
Agreed. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I will say I agree on the what are the little fish, taiyaki? Taiyaki. It's really clever to season the fish and then wrap it, right? With the soy soy marinade there. That's really pretty brilliant, and I could see that as almost fair food, right? Really craveable in a little cone or something, and it goes really well with the mayo dip. And this is the pastry. You can tell you're a pastry chef, right? You have a skill here. This is very fun. Nice, really really inspirational and well done.
Thank you.
Chef, you were going to add something.
Oh, sure. I agree with everyone so far that's been commenting on your dish. The dish is very ambitious. Like a really good sandwich, the thing that makes a great sandwich to me is the ratio of bread to filling, the sauce to everything. It has to be really well thought out. It's just a sandwich, right? The great sandwiches, the standouts, are the ones that have been thought out the most. And so, if there was any comment that I would say that to make it more balanced, it's a little bit more of the sauces.
Okay.
I think you're a little bit timid with the amount of sauces because everything else is done so well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thanks.
I would add one thing because it just sparked something in my head. You're here to learn and to execute. You're already executing at a really, really high level. Yeah. So if I'm not honest with you, I'm doing a disservice to you.
Please
in a brief chance to be able to mentor. There is a history to these dishes, and when you were talking about the coulibiac or some of the other great dishes like this that are done at puff pastry, if you had just focused on this center one and just given me that a little bit bigger with a classic sauce underneath it or a modernized version of it, my toes would have curled. And that really is, and sometimes that's the best part about this is realizing, oh yeah, this is the winner. I've tried this several different ways. Something like this would really be an explosive way to cook. I'm very impressed that the Kahala works this well inside this preparation. I knew it would do it on the 2X on the left and right, but in the center, I love that on the baked version. Really well done.
Thank you.
Inspirational, man. I love it. I love it. We got the next contestant coming down. Thank you, Justin, very much. Thank you. Innovation, right? Innovation. That is just great stuff. All right, next contestant, Mehek is coming in. This had a lot of aromas in the kitchen. This was amazing with the flavor profiles that I was smelling. It was fantastic. She's coming, right? Oh yeah, she's coming. Here she comes down the hallway. I love the innovation, like you said, Chef, the different ways and different preparations the chefs are thinking. The future looks good. I'm getting inspired right now by these kids and students, on what they're doing and how it's not just a piece of fish on a plate with some rice and some veggies. It's so much more that they're putting in there and making it happen. I love the fact that they're hitting backgrounds. Ethnic backgrounds, we talked about that, and handheld. I think Kathy, you said it, the handheld is such a trend right now. It's so important. People want to eat with their hands. They want grab and go. And this is a great way to feature Forever Ocean's Kahala on the go. And then, like you said, a little more sauce inside that ready to go. That's a winner Kahala dinner. I think that's really cool. I'm very, very excited for the future of what we have coming into this industry. And this is only the third one. We have number 4 coming in right now. Oh yeah, here she comes. So Mahek is coming, and she created an amazing dish as well. They're all amazing. This is just fantastic. I'm having a blast. I cannot wait to go taste. I'm living through you right now.
Hello.
Yeah. Describe what they're about to do and then let them know. There you go. Doing awesome. Everybody, Mahek.
Hello everyone, or as they say in my country, namaste, since I'm presenting to you the food of India. So today what you have in front of you is a very traditional fish curry.
Switch, sorry, don't worry, sorry. There you go, start over. Go for it. Hello.
Hello everyone, or namaste, as they say in my country. I'm from India. And today what you have in front of y'all is a very traditional curry, which is called the Goan fish curry. That is inspired by my very favorite holiday coastal place, which is called Goa. So the whole point of today's competition is to highlight this beautiful fish. So I thought that I would take like a deep dish bowl and present just the protein to you with a few herbs, and I will be pouring in the curry that is infused with spices like cumin, bay leaves, mustard seeds, and coconut. And just to clean the palate, I will be also I'll be scooping a little bit of a mango salsa as a relish. And yeah, whenever I cook this dish, it just reminds me of home. And today is all about cooking from the heart. So that's what I've done. And this was just great. Thank you so much. Your mic smells like curry now.
That's okay. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you do it. I'm going to watch how much you pour, and I'll pour the other side if you'd like. We can meet in the middle.
Sure, I'm just going to use a little bit.
Okay. Oh, I love it. That was fantastic. It's all about the love. Right, that smell. This mic does smell good. Beautiful. And this is a great way of service too, like having the food poured right in front of you. Beautiful. Beautiful. You call that a palate cleanser, right? That was a little palate cleanser, the mango. Beautiful. Oh, this room smells, the judge's room smells delicious. Oh.
So I have to ask, what part of India?
Where I'm from, or where this dish is inspired from?
Where the dish is inspired from?
It's called Goa, which is a coastal region in India, and they are traditionally known for all of their seafood dishes. And one of the most popular ones is that of goldfish curry.
Fish is cool.
Thank you so much.
Wine.
Thank you. And what you have as an accompaniment, I forgot, is rice, which is again tempered with just a little bit of mustard seeds and star anise, because curry is incomplete without rice. So yeah.
Tell me about the level of spice in the curry. Is this traditional?
This is absolutely traditional.
It's pretty hot, right?
So it is. So actually during my practice sessions with Chef Bruno here at Hyde Park, who's my mentor, the first time I made the curry, he told me, "Are you sure this is curry?" And I was like, And he told me that it's supposed to be spicy. You're an Indian and you gotta make it the way it is supposed to be. So it's exactly how it's supposed to be.
Wow. It's all blended.
Yes, it is.
But I like the fact that you use the mango as well.
Just to cool it down, yes.
And your rice is cooked perfect.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love when I spoke with Mahak, she said, it's time to bring real food to the table and real flavors, and I love that you're doing that. It's,
You're not supposed to tell them that.
No, you can tell them that. People need to know this because this is true, authentic food, and this is the way it should be eaten, not some of the other ways we see food. So, seafood competition. Anyway.
Yes, here we are.
But you managed
Fantastic.
to really balance the spices with the heat, with which unfortunately a lot of people don't do very well. It's usually just a lot of heat, and
Yeah.
then you don't pick up all those wonderful nuances of all those different spices that you use. It makes it really exciting. And then against the fish, which you cooked beautifully, Rick's
Yeah.
right. This is cooked gorgeously,
Right.
and just a little bit of the sauce with the fish is just
Right, I think I was speaking to Chef and, I was speaking to Chef before the cook, and I told him that usually when you cook the fish, we usually poach it in the curry. But I decided to keep the skin on and, kind of just get it crispy. Just as you would know, in MasterChef, all judges look for is texture and texture. And I love MasterChef. No offense, but MasterChef Australia is my favorite. And yeah, so I was like, if Chef Nick is gonna be here, there has to be a lot of texture in it. So there we go.
The fish is cooked perfect.
Thank you.
Great job.
I was actually more excited about the rice, just sitting here before. And my aunt's Indian, so I've been lucky to have a lot of really good Indian food. But I feel like people don't often put this much effort into rice, and it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Mihak, your personality is impeccable. You bring a lot of energy. Your smile is contagious. The food is beautiful. I like the heat level. I like the combination of spices. You did a great job on the fish. The rice is a beautiful foil. But little details, especially in competition, are what judges look for. And the first thing I noticed that this bowl is cold. So it's to warm the bowl. So little things like that make a huge difference. I mean, there was Fritz Sonneschmidt, who's with the instructor here at the Culinary Institute of America, and he was always a judge. He was always involved in culinary competitions, global.
Yes.
And the first thing he does when the plate is put in front of him is he grabs it with his hands and puts his face in it. And what he's doing is he's feeling for temperature. He's looking at those small little details. This dish is so amazing. It's those little things that really, really, really make you stand out. The difference between good and great are just small little details.
Right. Can I ask you a question, Chef?
Of course.
Why is it that we have to warm the dish? I mean, the bowl,
The bowl itself.
How does that enhance the eating experience of a guest?
It's about texture and temperature in your mouth. If you want it to be cold, then that's your intention. No, then you don't want it to be cold. You want it to arrive hot, like you prepared it in front of you. It still has a long way to go before the customer gets it. And the first thing that customers do nowadays is this.
Yeah, and by the time the food just gets
10
cold,
minutes passes, so a little warming of the bowl
Absolutely.
is just hospitality. That's all.
Thank you for this.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm gonna make sure I
Heck.
do that the next time.
I'll tell you another reason why Chef Moonen wanted you to warm up your bowl, for the same reason that I wanted it to be warmed up, because this was probably one of the best things that I've eaten in the last month.
What?
5 weeks, 6 weeks, maybe longer. I've eaten 4 other plates of food. I demolished this.
Oh my God.
I drank the sauce. I'm probably, has anyone else here been to Mapusa Market in Goa and eaten this dish in the place that it's from? I have, more than once. Okay, so I know what this is. The idea that you had to not cook it in the sauce was brilliant, because it takes it up a notch. I think Chef's comment about the complexity of the sauce, this is extremely difficult to do. You'll have one dominant flavor, too much cardamom, too much cumin, too much chili, too much, because there's 875 things in there. You can taste all of them in perfect balance. The fish was perfectly cooked. The herb crust on there was the eye appeal was fantastic, and it ate beautifully. When the hot sauce went down on that, I love that element of service, and it just involves the diner, and it gets me all ready to eat this dish. But once it's about taste. Does it taste good? This tastes, I want to use a whole bunch of expletives before the word fantastic.
Love
Had this been hot, the rice would have been warmer. You put so much care to season it. Take the care to make sure it's hot, because, I don't like to toss around words like perfect, because I just don't think it exists. But this was as well executed as anything I've eaten in a long, long time. I'm being really serious. Prepared by some people whose names would shock you. And I think the reason is, you were cooking something that you loved. You love it. You described when you were talking about how it is when you eat this and how comforting it is, and we feel that. And I literally am going to make it very embarrassing, but I'm going to keep one of those little pours of the sauce and finish off the rest of my rice.
Yes.
So there.
I mix it well, yes, I will.
Really nicely done.
Thank you.
Really nicely done.
Nice job. Nice job. And we have our next one coming up. And the next one, oh my goodness. I'm just so excited. Talk about the comments being made. No. Oh my goodness. We have Bryce coming in, number 5. Bryce. Bryce is on his way. We got some New Orleans coming into the house.
That was the first entry in this competition. And I was blown away by her. Can they hear us now?
Here he comes. Bryce is entering. Bryce Gordon has entered the room.
Thank you.
Bryce, here you go, sir. As soon as everybody, you can take your mask off too if you're comfortable. By all means, they can hear you.
How y'all doing?
Perfect. All right, everybody, Bryce.
So today I prepared for you a pan-seared Kahala etouffee with a crawfish and fried celery leaf saffron infused couscous, with garnished with, as my chef would say, the golden bush fried leeks.
That's amazing. Where did you come up with the idea?
I'll be honest with you, the etouffee idea just hit me when I heard fish, so I just wanted to just go back home a little bit. I'm very, comfortable with fish being from New Orleans. Well, not fish, but crustaceans. Shrimp, oysters and whatnot, and crawfish. Definitely big on crawfish. But I was mainly going for more of a jambalaya idea, and I looked at Creole, but I felt like etouffee just kind of brought a little bit of both of those in, so that was my final decision. The development of the dish, I really need to thank my chef back in San Antonio, Chef Brian Krellestein. He was really a powerhouse behind this, definitely working with me every day, day in and day out. So definitely have to show a lot of love to him, but we were just going back and forth with ideas and plating, and overall, he was really excited about the dish overall. The flavors came together, the ideas just kept coming in, and this is the final product I get to show you guys.
Is this your first competition?
Say that again.
Is this your first competition?
Yes, chef.
Good job. How do you feel now you've finished?
Man, you know, the work's been put in. I feel great, with all honesty. Just really hoping you guys enjoy it.
Very good.
Is this a traditional preparation style?
Well, the etouffee, yes, but not the couscous at all. You know, traditionally it's white rice. You know, the etouffee on the side of the bowl, the white rice on the other side, garnished at the end with parsleys. That's the traditional way forward. But this, trying to bring it to another level.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it was very smart choice to just sort of, plus it up a bit by separating it out. The minute you said the word saffron, like an alarm bell went off in my head, and I'm like, uh-oh, too big a flavor, not gonna work for me. Works for me really nicely. I like it. It's a really, really nice touch. Not only is the color beautiful, but the aroma is really nice with the fish, and it marries up really nicely with your etouffee. What did you call the tangle of fried leeks at the top? Golden bush?
That's my chef call. That's my chef told me. It's the golden bush.
It's fantastic.
I don't know where the idea came from, but man, it stuck with me.
I've garnished a lot of things with frizzled leeks and trying to get them as long and thin as possible and really get that.
More like a haystack. That's what
like a haystack, exactly. This is really nice. I literally just had etouffee yesterday for lunch. We were in New Orleans together. 2 hours ago. Flew up from there this morning. This is really lovely. It's a very nice dish. Good job.
It's actually my first time preparing etouffee. Before
Really?
this competition, yes, chef. Never done it.
How long were you standing in the hallway?
Not too long.
Not too long.
I was at the table when I was plating. I know the consistency. It kind of like resembles red beans and rice. It was a little looser when I was plating.
Dude, we were talking to other students before. I mean, this is just hot plates. It's so hard waiting to the last minute. I just did a dinner for 200 people two nights ago in Atlanta. And I'm sitting there and I'm literally waiting till first course, till everyone is seated down, until every glass of wine is poured, because I'm so hyper about just where my sauce is going to land on the plate as they're walking into the dining room. As you work and as you develop your craft, you're just going to get more persnickety and more persnickety and more persnickety, and then eventually you'll become as persnickety as Chef Moonin. The flavors are great. That's why I'm asking about temperature, because in this situation, you're fifth or sixth up. Right? So for all I know, you're sitting in the back with your fish all ready to go, saying, hurry up, stop talking to there on the dish before me. I'm trying to get a gauge for all of that. And what was your method for searing the kahala?
Oh, just a little oil in the pan, hot pan, salt, that's about it.
Right on.
Finished in the oven with some butter.
Yep. Fish, like so many other proteins, keep cooking. They keep cooking when they're out of there. So a piece that's small like this, I would just finish in the pan and just let it rest in a warm place in the kitchen. Sometimes when it goes into the oven, it's just going to get drier and drier and drier, and you don't want that to happen.
Yes, sir.
Agreed. Yeah, what Andy was talking about is carryover cooking, and seafood. I would cook it on one side 95% of the way. Just get a good crust on it, season it, properly, aggressively, properly, and sear it really, really well, slowly. You can baste it as you're going, and then just a quick flip, take it off, and let it just hang.
Understood.
And in a situation like this, and especially in larger groups when you're trying to, control the degree of doneness as well as the temperature as it makes it out to the customer, all these little tips will help you as you go. This is amazing. This is your first dish, first competition. I say bravo to you.
Thank you, chef. It means a lot to me.
Reed, I think that you did a really good job. I really would emphasize on a dish like this that it's got to be served hot. It's got to be served at least, at a warmer temperature, because that made your dish come out looking a little flat,
Understood.
But, I think this is a great time to learn a great lesson. Also, on the fish, my only recommendation is that you do as the chef said, cook it a little bit less, and I think that is, the biggest thing you can learn here. Keep competing. I think it's a great thing. I think you got the right stuff. Great mise en place, organized. Keep it up.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah, I would add that the balance of flavors is really nice. And when Andrew brought up saffron, it kind of has that same thing that when truffle is in a menu item, right? You just like, but you did it nice. It didn't, yeah, right, here it comes. But I think the balance of flavors is really nicely done. So congrats on that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think the balance of flavors are absolutely amazing. And I love the fact that you use couscous. I think it's totally underused and it was cooked perfect. I would still compete every opportunity you can because you're going to enhance your skills. You've got a great personality, you turned out a great dish, and I would like to see where you're going to be in the next 5 years.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah, going off that, I think the flavors are fantastic too. I've actually never been to New Orleans, and I really want to. So I haven't had a ton of food from there, but
I'm happy I can make a good impression.
I know. So this is my dive into that world of food, and it makes me want to go and get more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Nicely done.
Nice price. You did it, baby. You did it. Congratulations. That's awesome, man. All right, so real quick, the next contestant's on the way down. I'm going to recap real quick. Don't forget to vote. The Kahala website. Go in, go to vote, and make sure you're voting for your favorite people's choice. Do not forget to do that. It's highly important. It's part of the competition, so make sure you do that. Once again, the judges they're all tallying up right now, but we're looking for 25 points for the taste, which we've all been blown away today, so all of them pretty much have 25, I'm just saying. 25 points for creativity, and we've seen some really inspirational, innovative, creative dishes so far. 20 points for the production and technical skills, so how grilling and pan searing and all that. And then we're looking at 20 points for 10 points for their personality. And these kids are these students, I always say kids because they're kids, but these students are bringing their personality. So with that being said, I believe we have the next dish on its way. Can we banter a little on the flavors you're tasting? Anyone want to just blurt out something? Give me a word that you're feeling right now. Global, yes, huge. I keep going to you, Chef, but you keep saying things that spark things in my mind. One of the students talked about ratatouille and that moment, and you said that one puff pastry brought you back with your dad. Those moments are killer for food. And every person out there, every chef out there needs to do that and make it happen. I think it's really, really cool that we're seeing this and these kids are bringing it.
We were joking in the kitchen together, this table of older gentlemen, that 45 years ago, every single student here would have done something that was French or Italian, regardless of where they're from. And I think every dish we've had so far, and are we up to 5? I think we've done 5 so far, has been from their roots, their families, traditions, their culture, that is what's being executed already. Famous chefs have, toiled in Western European food for 20 years only to finally come around to the food of their ancestors and then have that second career. And here's where everyone is starting. What a fantastic thing for the future of food.
Absolutely.
Right? That we're not stuck in 19th century French cooking, which is delicious, especially if you're from 19th century France.
Well, I'll be honest, so I went to school back in 97, and it was similar. You learned French, you learned Italian, and that was it. And now we're seeing the cultures coming out of the woodwork, which is fantastic. And now Max is entering, everyone, so Max, come on in. All right, Max, there's the mic. You're free to take off that. Yes, please, describe your dish to the judges, sir.
So what you have in front of you is what I like to call a tricultural ceviche, because I took the combination of Peruvian and Japanese cuisine, the Nikkei cuisine, and I implemented some Mexican touches. The base is the Kahala fish, but I brine it in a kombu brine for 2 hours. After that, we have a brunoise pico de gallo of cucumber, red and green jalapeno, with some yuzu and white soy sauce. After that, we have some onion julienne and maíz of cacao simple with a polvo of chile, with a powder of chile guajillo. After that, we have the cempasúchil flower, which is like a representation of this time of the year in the Mexican culture.
The flowers. What kind of flower is that?
Cempasúchil. In English, is marigold.
Marigolds. Yes, of course. Mexico's yellow.
See, what I would like to invite you is to take your spoons and combine everything very well together, and try to take a bite with all the elements at the same time.
I feel like I'm in Mexico City here looking at this dish. It's so elegant, really beautiful.
What do you like?
Approximately 10.
When it's quiet, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
The texture is surprising too. It's
Thank you.
got some nice textural bursts there. Really interesting.
Yeah, the crunch of that corn. Yeah, the first bite of that with the fish. It's delicious.
Thank you.
Well, you're certainly highlighting the fish in this dish. I mean, there's no question about who the hero is on the plate. And you took the time to chill the bowls. I want to thank you for that. Because it's a cold dish. It's meant to be cold. You chilled the bowl. Little details. It's been an ongoing discussion that we've been having amongst ourselves thus far. So you nailed that. Ratio of garnish to fish, I don't know. I might want a little more garnish for myself, that's all. But as you can see, Andrew did not like it at all. Or he was starving. But I think you did a great job.
Thank you very much.
I mean, look, this. You know, I'm down in Peru. I'm at a Gastanacuria restaurant, and this is something right of the Lamar playbook and all of those great Nikkei chefs down there who are doing this exact kind of dish. To see this come out of a kitchen here in a competition like this is really ballsy, and you nailed it. I mean, I'll just get that out of the way. Nailed it. At this point, when a dish is this beautifully composed and this well done, it really is about little nitpicky things. I'm assuming the question about the lime was asked because I probably would have just gone 10% less lime juice. It's dominant, but your leche de tigre is great. It has the right amount of salt in it, and that sort of saves you with that. Like Rick, I always want to make sure I get enough of everything, and you invited everybody to do it, and I appreciate that. I would have gone just with, another teaspoon of that crunchy cucumber, element on there, just so you have more to eat with it. Marinating the fish in the kombu for a little while, I would have actually gone a little longer. Just to get a little bit more of that kombu flavor on there. Wrap it, let it sit overnight. Get the kombu wet, wrap it, let it sit overnight. It'll really take on the flavor of the kelp. I mean, a couple hours is okay, but let it go overnight and you're really going to find more success. And I'm assuming that the corn varietal that you used there was because that's what was in the kitchen, which is really great. But more traditionally, some of the larger grains of corn, I think, would have given again, nitpicking. I assume if you had it here, you would have used it, because if you knew how to do this, you knew it's not exactly the right corn, but yet you pulled it off because I was able to crunch through it. I thought this dish was beautifully composed and really, really successful. Very, very, very nice work.
Thank you very much.
Max, like your personality, this dish was intense. It was wonderful. I think you really hit on something. This was very, very enjoyable to me, and I think it showed the benefit of this fish in a raw model that was just beautiful. So, representing Kahala, you did an incredible job. The complexity of flavor, I loved it. I don't think it's overly lime, personally. I think it's fabulous because of all the complexity of other flavors that you've introduced here. So I just adored it. Great job, Max.
Thank you, Chef.
I agree. I think I was hit right when you asked about the lime. I got hit a heavy lime, but honestly, and I thought, whoa, that's too much. But in taking a full bite, like you said, mixing it up and taking a bite of everything, I think it's really beautifully balanced. And it's so elegant, and it does showcase the fish in a raw application that's just beautiful and easy to eat. So it feels very elegant and nicely done for that.
Thank you, Chef.
Superb. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Everything about the dish, the presentation was beautiful. The skill that was involved in getting the precise cuts of everything, the way you've dealt with the Kahala, just the whole package to me was absolutely beautiful, outstanding. And I think you've got a great career in front of you. You came into that kitchen confident to show off your skills today, and I think you've done that spot on. Absolutely amazing dish.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah, I agree. I love this dish. I thought it was simple yet so incredibly complex. And the colors were also fantastic. I always look for that in food. I love different colors. You have the green and the red peppers in there. I thought it was fantastic. I actually agree with Andrew. I would not have known that it had been marinated in anything. I maybe I'm missing that, but I would have liked a little bit kind of more of something packed into the kombu, whatever, packed into the fish there. And then maybe a little bit more corn for like, I love texture when I'm eating, so like maybe just a couple pieces more corn there, but it was fantastic.
Can I just make one more point there? How long did you have for the competition?
2 hours.
So if you had to do this again, you had more time, would you marinate it longer?
Definitely.
Yeah. And you know, one thing, a lot of mention of your lime. Our palates needed to be tempered. You know, the last dish, was a completely different flavor profile. So the first one was a little bit shocking, but as you tempered our palate, I think it worked out wonderfully.
No, I did too. I think this is what's fascinating about food is if there was more of that salad, then you don't need a little bit less of the lime juice, right? I mean, it's all about, and by the way, please understand, we're talking about like slight, tiny little tweak. I mean, now we're just micro nerding out on food, right? So true. And I appreciate your comment about the 2 hour thing. It is amazing what kombu does to poultry, seafood, really anything that's wrapped around it. If you give it, a day, if you don't have that time, you can wrap it in there, and I don't know if you have, you probably have a lot of machines in there that can take, throw it in the suck box and get the air out of there, and you'll put that kombu flavor, compress it around the fish. Would be an interesting thing to fool around with next time you're playing around with this. Be really cool to see. I love this kind of dish. I mean, it's just beautiful, and you executed it really, really nicely.
I want another one.
I'll fix you one, Chef.
Good job.
Thank you very much, Chef.
I'm gonna steal that, Max. Hey, nice job, buddy. Come here. Awesome. Good job. Well, with that being said, you're free to go, Max. You're allowed to leave. Unless you want to hang out. Thank you. So the other contestant is just almost plating. Right. The knife cuts. Did you see his knife cuts? That brunoise cut. I was like, I'm ACF. That was better than me. I'm like, man, that's fantastic. Just the stuff he's working on and what he's doing. And you're right, Chef Mark, you said it perfectly. He's got a future. All of them do. I mean, they all have that love. They're putting their heart in this bowl. And that's one of the first things I said to them. Make sure you do that. It's like, not to listen to me because they're probably doing that anyway, but unbelievable. The future looks fantastic for our industry. I'm so excited. So I'm just gonna take a peek. Oh yeah, chef, you have
I would say if we had one word to describe, I would say one word to describe that dish. And you said it with ballsy, and you said it. It's confidence. This dish evokes confidence, right? And it takes a certain skill level and a certain type of commitment to go through with a dish like this. And all of them have been spectacular.
You hit the nail on that. You got to know you can do that.
You got to know you can do that. And for a young chef to deliver on that, it's really pretty awe-inspiring. So I agree. I think. Yeah.
Now the dish Peruvian.
It wasn't French, right? Yeah.
Thanks, God. And just one more thing. When they initially submitted recipes, they'd never tasted Kahala.
Wow.
So they had to come up with a recipe on the basis of what me and Rick and other chefs have been saying about the flavour and the taste and the profile. So it's amazing to me how so far all the dishes have been absolutely outstanding.
Forever Ocean's Kahala goes with any application, any flavor profile. Unbelievable. Fantastic, fantastic. I'm just gonna peek out one more time. Peeking out. We're working on it. So, wow, I still blown away. I love your comments. I think that the flavors, they are just blowing my mind. I wish I could taste, but it's all good. I'm tasting through all of you. Thank you very much. Chef Nick, you doing good over there, man? It's pretty, right? That's just some really great things. So, and it was raw fish, just in case you didn't know that at home. So that is a great way, we call that poke, right? It's basically like a poke dish, but it's a sushi. And anything stand out, like flavor-wise? You know, you said lime, but I agree. Like I tell my daughter at home, you have to taste things twice. Because the first time you taste it, you're adjusting your palate, just like you all did. And the second time you taste it, you actually get those flavors that attack you and hit you. So anything like I don't even know what to say here. Like we've seen the curry, again, flavor blast. This is Peruvian. You've got your citrus, your fresh, and then we had the puff pastry. I mean, what was the etouffee? So again, we're going all these. Yes.
I was going to say something about this particular dish.
Yes.
There's three very powerful chilies in this. You have habanero, serrano, and jalapeno. Jalapeno in the United States could be sometimes flavorless, but he did a great job. It wasn't overpoweringly hot or spicy. And I find that in great Mexican cuisine that they pull the flavor. I mean, obviously he took every seed out of those chilies. He scraped out the ribs to take the heat out, but to maintain the flavor. And if there's anything, I thought this was very ballsy. I think it was, he knew what he was doing. But his confidence was a little bit inconsistent in just once, and this is really being nitpicky. Just the fact that I wish there was more garnish, that's all.
Yeah.
You know what? If he probably could have had it, he would have put it in there. I bet you he was limited to what he had, and that's what he did, because like you said, he knew what he was doing. So that's awesome. Hey, I gotta remind everybody, really quick, come in on me. We gotta vote, people. Everybody out there, we must vote. It's highly important. So again, I'm gonna show you. I'm on the iPad, and I'm just gonna zip up. Make sure you go to the voting button, and then you do Vote for People's Choice Award. Right here. They're all there. Go in and vote. We have two more contestants, right? You have two more contestants. Yes, we've got Nadia and Suzuki, and they're coming up in a moment. I believe Nadia is just finishing up her plating right now, and it's going to be fantastic. So again, two more different flavor profiles coming our way. Different flavors, different love on a plate. I'm very, very excited. So make sure you get out there and vote. ForeverOceans.com. Go to the vote button. It comes up, and you get all the students' names. You have two more students, and then we want you to vote like crazy. And here we go. I hear in my ear right here, their plates are on their way. So this is really cool. Chefs, here we go. Clean that palate. This looks amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Good.
Everybody, Nadia.
Hello.
Hi, Nadia.
I prepared for you today a fish taco. Hello. A fish taco. I am Mexican, so I really wanted to bring my culture to this. Sorry. I really love my family, and that's why I decided to do this. So the fish is seasoned with a family seasoning, if you like it. It's a Salvadorian style curtido on top, but it's also a family recipe, and a homemade tortilla and salsa. So I hope you enjoy.
Thank you. What part of Mexico are you from?
I want to say my grandma's originally from Matamoros, but we've lived in the States. So.
I remember reading this recipe on the first round.
They are white corn tortillas. I originally wanted to do yellow. Yeah, but. Thank you.
They're delicious.
Thank you.
Did you make these for mom?
What's in the salsa? What's in
The salsa? It's tomato, onion, and jalapeno. And then some seasonings.
How did you decide? Maybe I missed it. How did you decide? Because I love seeing it, and I dove in right away. I apologize for eating while you were crying, but I didn't know you were going to cry.
It's okay.
But when I see someone doing a taco, and I see things that are wet in there, I want to eat it right away. So out of respect for how you want it to be. But I recognized the curtido, and then I smelled it as I was biting it, and I was like, wow, that's brilliant. How come I've never done that before, even though I've made tacos while I've had curtido sitting in my refrigerator? Mm-hmm. It's a great idea. What made you decide to mix it?
Well, I originally made the taco, and my cousin makes pupusas all the time, so I thought about it, and I thought it would taste great on the taco, so I tried it, and it was
Yeah,
good.
it really does. It's
Yeah.
wonderful. It's great crunch. I love it. It's super simple, but the fact is you made your own tortillas.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm just, full stop. I mean, you made your own tortillas. Let's just start there. My fish is perfectly cooked. I really do like your family seasoning. It's delicious. It's not overwhelming. It marries up perfectly with it. I liked your curtido. I would have liked it to have been a little spicier. Traditionally, it's got a little more heat to it. And I also appreciated the fact that you had a very simple salsa with it. They can be very complex. But this may have been a place to go with like a salsa matcha or something that was dry and crispy and crunchy. Because you have something wet and cured and crunchy, and maybe a different type of salsa might have worked a little better. I actually like the simplicity of this because the temptation is to put lots of stuff inside a taco, and I was like thrilled that there was no avocado. You didn't put tomato on there or anything like that, and I really tasted the fish and the corn and the curtido and that salsa. And we've had some dishes here before that are, lots of bells and whistles on them and have some really stunning elements. This was really deceptive. My first look at it, I said, wow, maybe a little too simple.
Yeah.
And then I tasted it, and you really won me over. Just because each element itself is really nice. I think my only quibble would have been maybe a different type of salsa, just to play against those flavors that are already there, and a little more heat. But your tortillas taste delicious.
Thank you.
I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry, I'm still chewing. No, I really enjoyed your taco.
Thank you.
I only had one because the fish is cooked properly, the seasoning, your family seasoning, what's in it.
Well, it's 3 commercialized seasonings that my dad and my uncle mixed up, and they bottled it themselves.
Well, that's cool.
They don't sell it because it's not theirs, but
Can't be told.
yeah,
You're not old enough.
it's a family. Well, I know it's in it. I just can't tell anyone.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was terrific, and I agree with Andrew. I think I would have chosen maybe a different salsa as well. Now matcha, that's the one that's favorite nuts.
It's dry.
Yeah, it's dry.
Oil.
Oil.
That's a little bit of oil.
Yeah.
Crunchy chili.
Yeah, I think that might have been an interesting choice as well. But I mean, and we're picky. We're just good because I enjoyed it. So I'm not. There's no disappointment here at all. And the texture of your tortillas, very good. That was with made with masa harina.
Yeah, instant masa.
Gotcha. You know what? I can't make a tortilla that good with masa harina. So you're gonna have to teach me.
Great job.
Thank you.
I love the fact that you made the fresh tortillas, and the fish is delicious. So
Thank you.
It's just wonderful in there. Really, really, really nice. And as soon as I saw it come out, I was like, how comfortable. Feel like, you just want to sit around with your family and just munch. So thanks for this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nadia, I love the family story. I can see we've been talking a lot about telling your story through your food, and I can see, we can feel that emotion you feel. We feel that you've transferred that to us through this dish. It is. I echo that. It's comforting. A basic fish taco, even any fish taco would be comforting, but to put your own spin on it through that seasoning, that's really unique. And I love that has a family story, and that you won't tell even these guys what it is. That's amazing. But
She wouldn't tell Brent.
she wouldn't tell. Okay, we've got time, right? You got time. Let's clarify that. I might, just in this one instance, I feel guilty because I'm barely eating one. I might have gone for like smaller little tacos, but other than that, I think it's a beautiful build.
Thank you.
I think you've done a great job, and I think your family and your parents are going to be so proud of you for what you've produced. There was probably about 6 taco recipes that were submitted, and I picked yours because I could see the flavor profiles that you put together, and I thought this is going to be very interesting. It's going to be very tasty. I agree with the other chefs. I think probably a different salsa, but overall the fish was cooked perfect, and the presentation looks good. I think you did a great job.
Thank you.
Is this your first competition?
Yes.
Are you going to enter some more?
I hope so.
Good. I'll just tell you a quick story. When I was living in England and I used to teach over a 10-year period, I was very competitive. All my students entered competitions, and we won every competition in Europe over a 10-year period. And didn't win it first time or second time or third time, but we persisted until we won. And winning one competition brought me to America because somebody spotted me and said, come and work for us. So I ended up at Johnson Wales University, okay? So you never know where you're going to end up when you enter a competition. Look at the judges in front of you now. Look at the networking possibility you've got now. I think you did a great job.
Thank you.
You're only going to get better and better and better, and your confidence is going to build, and you're going to just blow the next competition away.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was delicious. My one comment, I would say, I feel like too often with tacos, people will just toss an unseasoned piece of fish in there and kind of rely on the rest of the ingredients to bring it all together. And you could give me a plate of just the fish and I would love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Great job. We'll see you in a little bit, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nadia.
Well, chefs, as you confer and do your tallying, I'm just going to go over the awards and what we're looking at. So, really quick, we talked about a $10,000+ in scholarship money to the CIA. So the first place winner is getting $5,000 to their scholarship to CIA. Second place is getting $3,000. Third place is getting $2,000, and then we have a People's Choice Award, and there's a special award for that. We're going to go over that in a little bit. So I wanted to go over what these students are really fighting for, I guess you can say, and they're cooking their hearts out for. And man, are they cooking their hearts out. This is just absolutely beautiful. We've seen the feelings in the room, and it's just fantastic. So I want to remind you once again, get out there and make sure you're voting. You're going to go to Forever Oceans. Let me get it. Sorry, foreveroceans.com/Kahala Klash with K's. Don't forget. And then vote for your student that you're looking for that gives the best presentation. That's the People's Choice Award, so please do not forget. And one thing I do want to talk about too is that while our judges are looking at things, reminding you to ask for your Forever Oceans Kahala at your local supermarket. It's coming. It's going to be there, and it's fantastic. You see all the ways that these students are making the difference, and they're adding Kahala to the dishes that we're eating. So I want you to get out there and ask for it. Make sure you go to your supermarket. If they don't have it, tell them to find it, because it is an amazing fish. So that was tacos. I'm just thinking through my head. I'm going through everything we've seen so far again. So many different cultures represented, so many different backgrounds we're seeing, and then the love on the plate. I think I've said it a zillion times now, but it's a Z, so it's all good, because I am Chef Jay-Z. But it's all about the flavor profiles they're looking at and how they're, Chef Nick said it himself, he could eat a whole plate of that fish in that taco, because the students are thinking through how they're gonna prepare the dish. They're thinking through how, and we can take that fish that's seasoned, and it can go into another dish now. There are so many things that we can do with this product, and I'm very excited to see it grow in our industry as well as in your homes. I'm gonna take a quick peek. Just scan the judges real quick as I do that. Thanks.
What's your one word for this dish? One word with that dish.
One word for that dish.
What, the taco dish?
Taco dish.
Homey.
I was gonna say
Homey.
home.
Homey.
Yeah. I have a question for you.
Yes, Chef.
Only because I've been waiting for a couple hours and she's still not here. But since you're Chef Jay-Z, where's Beyonce? Is Bae not coming?
My bee is at home. Yeah, she's at home right now. Sorry. Yes. She makes the money. Yes. Thank you, though, for asking. She's probably watching and laughing right now.
A lot of people came for the fish. I came to meet your wife. But oh well.
Next time, honey. You hear that? Andrew Zimmerman wants us to go visit him. Okay, and the next dish is coming down the hallway. Here we go. And we're going to meet Suzuki.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff.
It's a long hallway. Woo! I see him. He's this big. He's on his way. Unbelievable. I'm having a blast. Still having a blast. I'm kind of losing my voice a little too, because I've been talking to you about 3 hours. Thank you all for staying with us. 3 hours. The stuff you're seeing and the stuff you're learning is absolutely unbelievable. Again, any questions, go to foreveroceans.com. Check out the website. We can all call Chef Andrew Zimmerman. He'll answer any questions too, but you might have on Kahala. Sorry, Chef. I'm just telling you. We can do that.
It's okay. All right.
And here he is, everybody.
Yeah, but in general, it's like mostly economy. Yeah, it's sort of like, yeah, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Suzuki, welcome. Welcome. So once we get that cleared, just make sure you talk into that, and it's all yours. Everyone, Suzuki, describe your dish and bring it out. There you go. Thank you, Suzuki. Everybody, Suzuki.
Hello, judges. The dish that I take of this dish is Japanese and French fusion. In Japanese culture, we value that we use every part of animal to honor them. So I use fish head to make the sauce on the white sauce on the top. On the bottom is a parsnip and potato puree seasoned with katsuobushi, which is bonito flake. And the fish is gently seared and finished in the oven. On the left, you have an artichoke. It is boiled in lemon water with yuzu jelly. This is inspired by French pickle artichoke flavor. On the side note, the sauce also has dashi ingredients, and it's finished with the French fumet method. I think this dish represents a lot of things. First of all, all the French techniques that I use in this dish I learned here at the CIA. So I think it really represents my culinary journey and growth. And also, I think there's some Japanese elements in the dish as well. Hope you enjoy.
Excellent. Beautiful dish. The dish is warm.
What type of flowers did you use here?
That is borage, chef.
Oh, that's origin, Natasha.
Pasta pure is beautiful.
Very refined. Pureed. Ethereal.
Wow.
The texture of the kahala is just stupendous. It is so right on. What's going on in my tongue right now? The textures, the silkiness of the sauce, the puree, good amount of acidity from the yuzu. It's well thought out. It's very refined. I mean, I would just like I would love a nice glass of white burgundy with this. I'd be very, 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 very happy.
It's fascinating to me. I mean, there's such a high skill level of technique going on here, and you take this very seriously. It's really thought out. I love the way that it marries your own professional journey. I mean, just food for thought, just two guys talking food together. I actually thought the sauce that you had on the outside, I like better than I like the turnip, parsnip puree. The parsnip puree is really good. Please don't get me wrong. It's excellent. I might have reversed it. If I was working with you in a kitchen, we were just playing around and we had more of those elements together, I'd say, hey, let's plate one and reverse it and have more of that sauce, put the fish on top of that, put the puree next to it on the side, nuzzled with those lemony artichokes, which were superb, by the way. And I think it would have been slightly more interesting and played better with the fish, because I think the sauce tasted better with the fish than the puree did. Once I get it all together, I'm eating it with the artichoke, but it's so hard to figure out how people are going to mix and match things. So this is the fun part to me of cooking, is like, okay, you nailed the 5 or 6 elements. Now, how much are you going to use of each one and where? Where is it going to be on the plate and what's going to touch what? So that people get that bite automatically that you want them to have as the first bite. And I would just give this one piece of advice, if it was just you and I alone, would be make sure that the flavors you want people to taste together first are next to each other. Don't leave it up to someone else to maybe ignore those artichokes, because that would be an insane sin, right? You're not always going to be tableside with people, telling them what they are, and that intrigued me. You poached them in lemon. I happen to love artichoke. I'm like, oh, there's the acidity. I got what you were doing, and I dove in there with each bite, and it really went bonkers for me in my mouth in a very good way. But I would start to think that way. You clearly have the skill level to execute, so now you got to think here instead of thinking down here. This is a beautiful dish, also very subtle, which I like. You're not hitting anyone over the head with a sledgehammer, which means that you really got to get everything right, and you did. It's a really, really beautiful dish.
Thank you, chef.
Well, since we're just a bunch of guys talking in the kitchen, maybe I agree with you. And what I thought of before, and I even mentioned the acidity was good. I wanted more acidity. To be perfectly honest with you. Even like a supreme of lemon, or it could be orange. It could be your choice of citrus. If you want to have some sweetness, you could bring in an orange. But I wanted just a little bit more acidity to make the full party. Everybody's joining that party. So it's a balancing act. But again, I'm going to stick with this is a very refined dish.
Thank you, Chef.
That's a compliment.
Yeah, true compliment. I totally agree that I would love to see more of that sauce. That sauce is intensely beautiful. This is an extremely elegant, very, high star dish that you put out here. That sauce needs to stand out a little bit more. The other thing is I'm kind of curious is this treatment of the skin. In general, a lot of people feel like you have to crisp that skin up. What is your feeling, and did you think that would represent the dish by crisping it more or making the skin crispy?
Okay, during my practice time, I actually had a lot of tries with the skin, and a couple of things that I tried is with the scale on. I tried to do a Japanese scale fry, but the Kahala scale was not very soft enough to puff off, so I took the scale off, and I realized that with the scale off, if I crispen the skin, it'll overcook the fish. So I wanted to use a gentle fire and treat the fish in a medium fire.
You're so right. I mean, and I love the method that you're going through. So then there's like 3 or 4 other ways to do it. You can take a hot piece of charcoal, binchotan, and actually just touch it to the skin. You can take a torch and hit that on the skin. There's lots of other things that you can do to achieve that. Don't give up, right? Because you're absolutely right. All of those things don't work, and you were smart to leave the skin on rather than overcook the fish. But don't leave us with the flaccid skin. Solve the problem, because there are ways to do it, right?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Chef.
Yeah, Suzuki, I would add that this dish, if we were served this and without you being here, I feel like this dish is far beyond your years. Like, I feel like it's so refined that I feel like I'm being served from a professional chef. Tinkering with the flavors a bit, I agree. It feels very French to me, and I want more of your Japanese pulls, which might add some complexity to the flavors. Again, I think that sauce is great. Even the artichoke, delicious, and that gave a little of the acidity you're talking about there. And I wonder, this is just me, but I'm wondering about the color. Would you have perhaps done a purple potato puree or something to alter the color between the cream sauce and the cream puree? I'm wondering about that. But those are, again, fine details, but really well done, and truly, to echo the word refined, I think that's a really good word for this dish.
Thank you, Chef.
Look beautiful.
Yeah.
And I think your technical ability was superb. The only thing that to me was missing, and if you couldn't get the skin crisp, add a crisp element, because everything was soft. So if there'd been a crunch to that dish, it would have been absolutely spot on. But I think your technical ability is superb. You came in the kitchen confident. You look confident now. You've got a great career ahead of you. Well done.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love this. I totally see this sitting on the menu at a fine dining restaurant, that kind of thing. I was actually going to say the first thing that I tasted where I kind of had that wow moment was the outside sauce. And if you could somehow have thickened that sauce or something like that, put that in the middle and taken away the other one even, is what I would. I think it would have, at least for me, I was almost kind of confused, which sauce to be going for, if I should combine them, that kind of thing. And I love that one on the outside. So this is fantastic.
Thank you, Chef.
Nice job, Suzuki. Kicked it, buddy. Kicked it. I love it. Thank you. Free to go, man. You're all free to go. We're kicking you out now. Now the deliberation happens. Now I'm just going to help you out there. Bring you a little water. So I'm going to quickly recap our day. And you ready for this? Because we've got one heck of a day that we just had. So we started off with Helen, and she brought us the bento box. And that was unbelievable flavors, each in the compartments. Again, talking about trends, hitting on trends, talking about what the industry is looking for. And then the ratatouille experience that she felt, I feel, in every dish by each one of our judges. I really do feel that each judge had a moment where they went, huh, and they went, wow. And that is what we strive for as chefs and non-chefs, Kathy. I think that is huge. But you're a chef. And we think about what we're doing and how we're preparing food, and then how we can get the diner to enjoy the food. It's not about eating meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and gravy, which is good, but I think that it's an amazing experience to have these flavor profiles coming to life. Then Colin stepped up and he had the banana leaf wrapped fish, which was absolutely amazing. He did 2 different techniques where he grilled the fish, and then he actually wrapped it in banana leaf and finished it, and served it with the mango salsa, which was in pineapple, and it was just unbelievable. Oh, sorry, the mango, that wasn't the pineapple. Then there was Justin, the pastry, and the pastry student that said he was pastry, said he was all about, you know, I'm a pastry chef, but I'm gonna reconstruct a fish dish. And that's what he did for us. He brought us 3 different handhelds, which were absolutely awesome. And I still smell the curry, but I still smell that pineapple that was bruleed. And I'm very, very excited for that dish. Then there was Macau, and she brought us that traditional, authentic family moment that we all had with that curry dish. And that was absolutely amazing as well. And then Bryce came in, and Bryce brought us New Orleans on a plate, and he brought us etouffee. Personally, as a chef, I'm developing recipes that are New Orleans related right now, and he inspired me to go back home now and create an etouffee dish, because that wasn't in my arsenal. And now it is, because I saw a student do it from the CIA. So that's really, really awesome. And then Nadia came in. Little Nadia, I love you, Nadia. You did a great job, by the way, Nadia. And she brought us really, really some family flavors with heart. And you saw the heart when she explained it out, and it felt the whole room. And those tacos were also amazing. And then Suzuki just finished, and he brought us a dish. I mean, Chef Nick said it, fine dining. That's unbelievable. They're students at the CIA, and they're bringing this to us. So the future looks really bright. I'm very, very excited. That was our day. Chefs, do you want to add anything? Anybody want to say anything? That's good. Okay, I'm just going to keep talking. So I will hit this. I want to make sure that you go out and vote. So please go to the website, foreveroceans.com/Kahala Klash with K's, and look for the best presentation that the students brought to you. Think about all the details. Think about the passion. Think about the love. Obviously, you heard all the comments from the judges, so feel free to now vote and get those votes in. With that being said, I'm also going to look at, we're going to talk about Forever Oceans and sustainability. We hit on that a billion times today, and we talked about sustainability being so important to our industry right now. The future of food has to become sustainable in all aspects, and what a great way that Forever Oceans Kahala does that. Farm raised, ocean raised off the coasts. You've got Panama, Hawaii, Indonesia, and Chef Mark, what's that last one? I forgot. Panama, Indonesia, Hawaii, and Brazil. Thank you very much. It's just unbelievable what is happening in our industry, and this is a great way to showcase it. So, and then we are going to roll on my last stop. There it is. We're going to roll into some new product videos, and I want to hit that next. But first, thank you, judges. We're going to deliberate, and please join us. Stick around. We're going to do the video you're going to see. Stick around. There's going to be a screensaver that comes up, but stay with us, because we're going to come back, because we are going to announce the winner of the Forever Oceans Kahala Klash after the video. Thank you.
We're launching our initial product as a Forever Oceans Kahala. It's honoring the Hawaiian tradition on the Big Island of Hawaii.
The Forever Oceans Kahala is a beautiful piece of fish. It's got a buttery, mild flavor to it. It's so easy to cook. You can basically use any cooking method, from having it raw, poaching, or boiling, or grilling, or pan frying. And you can even roast it whole. Whatever way you want to cook the Kahala, it turns out absolutely amazing. Forever Oceans have put a culinary board together from around America. At the moment, we have 26 top chefs working on recipes using Kahala as the main ingredient. But as we move into the future, we're going to further develop more recipes using different kinds of species. You can find Forever Oceans Kahala at your favorite restaurant. It'll be on their menu. You can also pick it up at your local fishmonger. And coming soon, you can buy it online at foreveroceans.com.
We're excited about the starting point, but there's a lot of growth ahead.
back to now.
Hey, and we are back live in Hyde Park, New York at the CIA Culinary Institute of America. And thank you all for being here to capture this big moment. And we're gonna announce our winners. I hope you're all excited, because I know I am excited. It's been a long day, and I'm sure all the contestants are eager to find out, but we're gonna go to commercial. I'm kidding, we're not going to commercial. We're here. We have our contestants lined up, along with our celebrity judges, as you can see, and they are all ambitious and wanna know what's going on. And we're going to award more than $10,000 in scholarships to the Culinary Institute of America. Thanks to everyone, to their scholarships. Thanks to everyone who has played a role in making all of this happen, from everybody, the film crew, the camera crew, the whole nine, to even Chef Brian, to Brian DiBerto, who's a close friend of mine up in Charlotte, who actually helped donate all the chef coats you see the students wearing, and a special surprise, that Pro Chef knife is also from Brian. So thank you for all of that. Chef Andrew Zimmerman, Chef Nick DiGiovanni, and Chef Rick Moonen are going to announce the winner. But before that, there's your cue, chefs. Now you know what's going on. Chef Nick, please join Chef Rick Moonen and Kathy Holly, publisher of Flavor in the Menu magazine, for the announcement of our third and second place winners. So if you guys can come over here with me. Yep. So with that, we're gonna roll right into it. So drum roll. There it is. So we have in third place at the Forever Oceans Kahala Klash is, say it out loud all together.
Right.
1, 2, 3.
Colin.
Congratulations, buddy. Second place at the Forever Oceans Kahala Klash. Drums, please. We have
Mihak.
Mihak. Yes. Makes a difference. So when we say vote, make sure you vote. So everybody that voted, our People's Choice Award, I'm going to announce this one. Our People's Choice Award goes to, drum roll, Nadia. People's Choice. And now, Chef Andrew, if you can come over to this side with me, please. We're going to stand on this side. And for the first place prize in the Forever Ocean Kahala Klash, the award goes to...
First place was Max.
Look at that smile. Max, how do you... Congratulations, sir. Congratulations on everything that you did. Congratulations to all of you. I cannot tell you, standing back in the kitchen, standing back and watching you all compete, your heads were in it, your passion. I told you all, bring love. You all brought love. Everybody in that room of panel of judges looked back and was like, oh, every single one of them had a moment. They all had a moment where they were like, I remember the ratatouille moment, right, Helen? That's what you said in your video. That was you that said that. That ratatouille moment where like, oh my goodness, Andrew Zimmerman, especially your dad, correct? And he just went back in time. You saw their faces in each one. So thank you for bringing those flavor profiles. As I said a couple of times to the audience, and I'll say it to you now, holy cow, am I excited about the future of culinary and the future that you're going to bring to us. And get out there and kick butt is what I want to say. So thank you all. I do have one more announcement. Chef, Mr. Bean, would you like to say something?
So I just want to share a couple secrets to all of you. First of all, thank you. I would love to ask the celebrity chefs later on, how do you eat all those dishes and stay in shape? Because I ate every single one and I feel really, really not in shape. The other secret is that since I was 8 years old, I've been raising livestock and growing food for people. And I never really understood the joy of doing what you do. And I saw the inspiration in the students and the chefs, and it made me so delighted to see what you're doing. So thank you for sharing your inspiration, your cultures with us. It's very meaningful. Now, another secret is that Forever Oceans, even though it's a startup, we have over 300 years of experience across our team worldwide in raising, seafood sustainably, whether it's in technology or farming or with Mark and Nick and making food taste delicious. And that is so important. If you go back to the Lancet report, which was published about 4 years ago, the only way we're going to solve the world's problems is by changing the way we live. Agriculture and food create 23 to 25% of the world's greenhouse gases. We cannot feed the population and give people the protein they deserve if we don't change the way we eat. And the only way we're going to change the way we eat is by changing taste. And you, the students today, showed us the way. So thank you very much. We are very proud to be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Appreciate it. And thank everybody at home for tuning in to tonight's event, and today's event, actually. And from everyone at the Culinary Institute of America, all of us, everyone out there, we just want to say thank you to all the employees of Forever Ocean as well for all your hard work, everything you're doing to bring the fish to the plate and bring the fish to us chefs out there that really want to start working with it. As I'm going to say is, everybody around the world that's watching right now, thank you. I'm Chef Jay-Z saying thanks again for everything and watching tonight. Have a good night. Kahala.